Yes. invite you at your tables as well as we wait for the event to start officially. We also have Square Pharmaceuticals. I saw a good number of them here. They are also our very good sponsors. We have Royal Dental Clinic, as you can see, and then Sako. I'm sure everyone knows Sheldon by now. Yeah. So thank you so much, KMA Sako. You've been a constant all through our activities. We also have Lancet. They are not represented here today, but they sent their goodwill and their sponsorship. So we thank them, even in absentia. Thank you. So am I missing anyone? ICA Lion. Christine. Yeah, I had to mention you. Christine, that's Christine from ICA Lion. Yes, very nice lady. But if you talk to her, you'll go home with some good investment product. Make sure you engage her. Sawa sawa. Thank you so much. The DJ, I'm not now competing you. You can have your space. Thank you. I don't want to reason bad things no more. I don't want to go. Kindly be ready. We could call upon you to just say anything. It's going to be quite an interactive session, the first part of this program. So be ready. When the mic comes to you, just be ready to say something. Okay.
I love the way you bend body, pop in my Maserati.
Want to acknowledge the presence or the arrival of our guests. First here is Dr. Moses Masika. Karibu sana, let's clap for him. And then we have our Associate Dean Clinical Services, Dr. Omoto. Yeah, that's how you celebrate because he's the one moderating the board meeting tomorrow. And you don't know what he's planning. Well, and then just next to him, we have KMA Kisumu Treasurer, Dr. Kennedy Onyango. It's nice to see you again after 4 years. You asked me about a Luba chamber. I don't think I remember it now. Huh? Yeah, but I answered it very well at that time. And we have our father in the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology. Dr. Stephen Guer, everybody. Yes. And right close to me, you see, now let me tell you about the guy I'm introducing next. He made me read about the sessional paper of, I think, was it the sessional paper of 1980? Yeah. He's a CPA, and then he's an ENT surgeon. Dr. George Akunogot. Karibu sana. And seated next to him is Dr. Vitali Zogola. Vitali Zogola, if you've seen like Royal Dental Clinic, sorry. Hey, that was a serious slip. Yeah, in Rotaract we are fined for such. Yeah, but no one should find me today. I come in peace. Thank you so much. So I'll ask us to just rise for the national anthem. And then we'll ask Brenda Canali to say a prayer after the national anthem. So we'll sing the first stanza of the national anthem in English. O God of all creation, bless this our land and nation. Justice be our shield and defender. May we dwell in unity, peace and liberty. plenty be found within our borders. As we remain standing, I'll ask Brenda Canali to come say a prayer for us as we start.
Let's bow our heads for a word of prayer. Glorious Father, we come before you this evening, thanking you for the gift of life, thanking you for granting us the opportunity that we may stand here, that we may be able to share, that you may be able to bring even our guests, that they may speak to us. Lord, as you also send us into the world, may you watch over us as you have always been standing by our side. May you continue holding our hands. Even when we fall down, you rise us up. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord, for everything that you've done, for everything that you continue doing. In the mighty name of Jesus, I do pray and believe. Amen.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for Brenda. And then I'll tell you why you're clapping for her, because I ambushed her, and that's what I'm going to do for the most part of this program. So you have to be quite on top of, on your toes. Yep. So before I hand over the program to the main host, I'm going to pass this mic around. And the first question is, I want you to describe your med school experience in one word or phrase or sentence, anything. And as I said, thank you. Bonke, do the thing.
Just mention the name.
Reynard Mosetti. Awesome.
Good afternoon, all observed. My experience in med school has been really opening. I understand that I did lose some academic time, but then that didn't really demotivate me. I knew what I wanted, and I decided to go for it. Yeah.
Awesome. Awesome. Let's clap for Mosetti.
Clap for him, clap for him.
You see, the thing with med school is the rate of mortality and morbidity is quite high. I was lucky to have suffered one of the morbidities. Those of you who've never had soups, okay, soup is so sweet on a plate, not really on the pepper. But if you've never had a soup, you won't really tell. There's an experience that comes with it. And it's part of life. So the next person, I would want you to go to Dora Sega.
My experience in med school, in one word, tough. Yeah, tough is the word.
Tough is the word. Rono.
T for tough. You know, I'm Timothy. It's Tiff, and I'm also tough. So it's in that way. Mbone, say something.
Well, I thought I hated clinicals. Then I thought I actually hated preclinicals. Then I thought clinicals will be better. Shock.
Where? Yeah.
Where?
How many per second?
Where?
That's it. Okay. I will take from one. I've taken from two ladies and one gentleman. I'll take from Mosambaria, member. Yes. GM.
Good evening. My experience in medical school, I've had high and low moments, but I've learned to push on, and I'm happy that I'm coming to the end of the medical school, and I wish everyone well as we go on.
Thank you, member. I wish you well too. All right, so at this time, I've reserved something else for another time. At this time, I want to hand the program over to the chief host, who will be Bonke for this event.
Thank you so much, Rono, for that wonderful introduction. How are you, everyone? Good evening. You all look gloomy for a dinner. I think that one should change right now. DJ, play some music for about 5 seconds. DJ, do you have what is the name of that song, Jehovah You, the gospel one? Because I'll want you to stand up and increase your basal metabolic rate a bit. DJ, are we somewhere?
I'm so city.
Starting now till we finish. So the program is being shared with you. We also have a soft copy, so some of you can get the soft copy if you haven't gotten the printed out version. So you can go through it. We've started a bit late, but I'm confident that we're going to meet all the sessions in this event. So as we continue, I just want Rono, the chair of the committee that was organizing this event, to prepare for his opening remarks. Then after Rono, we'll just continue the program as it is, and then we will catch up with what's in store for us. So Rono, wherever you are, please gather your notes and come forward. Just tell us how it was for you organizing such event, and introduce your team. Rono? DJ, you can get us some music going as we wait. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is Rono. Please give him a round of applause.
Okay, so good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the time I put on a serious face for a few minutes, which is not quite what I'm used to. So I'm standing in the capacity of the chairperson of the organizing committee of this dinner. And what I'm here today to do is just invite you. Those are my welcoming remarks. So I will not read through, but you'll be sent the soft copy, so you'll go through it yourself. But what I'll just do is make a little reference to what I said here, that we are at the end of a 6-year course journey, for some more, and they say the end of a matter is better than its beginning. And I think that is the truth as we celebrate this moment. Yeah, I'll take us back to the year 2016. It was on 4th of January, on a Monday morning. I remember we were to report to Maseno on November 2nd, 2015. Then, as fate would have had, there were strikes, and then we came in 2016. Most of us, as we would all know, we had encounters of our lifetimes. We met people we never thought we would meet. We've done things we never imagined we could. Yeah. And as we look back today, I think from where I stand, I look back in awe of the person I've become, of the things that we've been able to achieve over the past 6.5 years. May it be noted that the Medical Students Association in Maseno University has been in existence for 6 years. It has had 6 presidents. And out of the 6, 50% have come from this class. Clap for yourselves. At this moment, I'll want to just ask them to stand up. All the 3 presidents we've had. Jeremiah Sindo, Bonke Arunga, and Emmanuel Mengich. These are the great men I've had the privilege of working with them. And I would say I was in the strategy team. That's why they won, by the way. Yeah. I would also want to make note of the other people who've taken leadership roles, who've taken up the challenge to lead in any way. So the rest, I know Hemstone, Cynthia, anyone else who's taken a role, an active role. And at this moment, I acknowledge the arrival of Dr. Mitei, the chair KMA Kisumu. Yeah, they're also our sponsors. They came through for us. That's where you clap, if you're waiting for the queue. Thank you. Cynthia and Hemstone, I think if given a chance, I would choose this class over again. Given a chance, I would choose to do it with you all over again. I had my clique of 4 whom we had the tragedy or the pleasure of having to experience the supplementary task of having to read when the pressure has already been relieved of the rest. And it's a life-changing experience. You know, it teaches you some lessons that for a long time you've been used to having things your way. I'm sure all of you topped in your classes all through primary school, all through high school. But then you come to med school and you're surviving, you're really aiming to get a 50. Which if you got back then, that would, for some, it would call for some serious beating. But that's what med school teaches you. That at the end of the day, you're not as smart as you think. It's about the lifelong commitment to learning. It's about the humility and knowing that there's always something new at the end of the horizon. As I conclude, I would want to note that this is the 5th class of medicine to graduate. And in keeping with the season, allow me to call you Maseno the 5th. And at this point, I would ask us to take our phones, take a selfie, let's go to Twitter, and post it with the hashtag Maseno the 5th. I'll give you time. You have all the time. So Dr. Moses Masika, I'll take one with you. I don't mind the broken screen. That's the life of a student. That's how you'd know we are students. Yes. Oh, the light. Great. Wonderful. So I'll be looking through on Twitter to see the hashtag Maseno the 5th all through. And as you leave this place, I wish you nothing but the best. May your plans always prosper. And as I say, may the universe conspire to give you the best that life has to offer. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Round of applause for Rono. Give him some more. Give him some more. All right, that was Rono Timothy. He's the chairperson of the committee that's organized this event. To our guests, I think he was in your inboxes a lot, so you know him. To the next person, now that the student has talked, we would want our associate dean to now open it up officially for us. Dr. Jackton Omoto, kindly.
Thank you, Bonke, and I would like to take this opportunity. My name is Jackton Omoto. I'm an obstetrician gynecologist and a senior lecturer at Maseno University School of Medicine. Our head of department is here, who is Dr. Stephen Otieno Guer. I work alongside him at the department. We are expecting many other people. I think Dr. Ken Onyango, though is here in his capacity as a KMA, but he's one of our faculty members. Dr. Immaculate Opondo, plus the others who may be on the way coming. Our Dean, Professor Ogendo, should be joining us at some point because they are still in a management meeting over there in Siriba. All the sponsors of this event, in absentia, the visitors that are coming, I think they'll be arriving with a 6:45 flight, and so they are yet to arrive. KMA Sako, Dr. Vitali is here, though you are in KMA, but I know you are here in your capacity as Royal Dental Clinic. Plus all the other guests and our chief guests who are the students. Good evening. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this meeting. I want to comment that the students are dressed better than their teachers today. So we congratulate you. You are looking awesome. I will not, I think I'll take this opportunity in the interest of time to make all my comments so that I will not come back another time. I know you'll be constrained with time at some point. You are aware that from tomorrow, about 1 or 2 p.m., most of you will become doctors. And as your colleague has mentioned, it's been a long journey for you people. We have invested in you, and we know that you are ready to go out there to serve the Kenyan population. I am confident that all of you are going to shine the light of Maseno University School of Medicine, shine it bright in your internship centers, the way the 4 classes that have gone out have done so. We have felt really proud of the students who have left here. We've been with you here at the hospital and in Siriba for 6 years, at the hospital specifically for a period of slightly over 3 years. And we received you in 4th year. We invested our time in you, and we have seen you growing to this point where we are confident that tomorrow by lunchtime you will receive your result and go out there. I, however, would like to mention, as I've been talking to you many times within your clinical areas, that the landscape in the practice of medicine has shifted tremendously from the time we trained ourselves. And tech and medicine is now going hand in hand, and it is up to you to add on to what we have invested in you as you leave this place, so that you continue improving your skills. The market itself has also shifted. Traditionally, us, when we graduated, we would go for internship, and then immediately we finish internship, we would be posted to the various placement sites where we would work. It's different now that you have to do internship and apply yourself to the market. But having interacted with you all this time that we've been together, I'm sure that you are up to the task. You are going to be innovative in the way you are going to create services for the population of this country. And when you've created services, the resources will follow you. Some of you are going to, actually all of you, by virtue of the fact that you have been here at the School of Medicine, you are already in a leadership position. And you are aware that when you are coming to the School of Medicine, you are the cream of the country. And so we are expecting you to continue taking leadership. And I want to advise that as you go out there, do not shy from taking responsibilities that drive policy. Our CAS, I ought to have made this remark when she's already here. She's one such person that took up that responsibility very early in life. We need people to go out there and organize this healthcare delivery system in the country. And those people are these ones who are seated here that we are releasing tomorrow. I want to talk a little bit about soft skills and ethics that will form an integral part of your success as you go out there. The patients you are going to interact with may not have as much resources as you. They may not be as gifted in terms of intelligence as you. But take this position you are having as a privilege, as a God-given privilege, so that you serve the people. For those of you who are going to choose to work in public service, I would like to appeal to you. Please give the vulnerable people a fair share of their time. And the reward you are going to get is great. If you are supposed to be in hospital, please go and serve the people. Take your time, serve the people. Lastly, I want to just say that our class, my own class in medical school, in 1985. We still have a WhatsApp group. I lost my mother last year. You know that class, they usually just give themselves 48 hours for each of us. If you lose a parent or you are in some form of trouble, 48 hours, they all contribute for you, money. So when I lost my mother last year, I didn't have to even struggle to lay her remains to rest. They brought me about 300,000 shillings within 24 hours. I know that can go a long way in terms of defraying expenses for a function such as that one. So what I'm saying is that lasting relationships come from these people around you, okay? And those are the people whom you will talk with freely. You can talk about the challenges you are experiencing. You are going to grow together. After some time, many of you will be in diverse positions. And yet the bond that you formed here as students will be a bond that will last until the time when you rest from this side of eternity. Otherwise, I would like to welcome all of you once again and say that enjoy yourselves in this function. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
organ, which I'll not mention, but I'll go on and swear by it anyway, and say that I'm swearing that organ that this class will never fail you if you give them the opportunity. So please, when you have the chance, do it. Thank you. So I'll invite our next class representative, Bonke Arunga, to come and give his remarks. Yes.
Good evening, everyone, once again. My name is Bonke Arunga. I would start by saying that I'm not a class rep per se, but you guys have decided that I should pull a Mugabe on you and stay in power for a very long time. So I've been class rep since first year. I remember we joined here 4th January 2016. That week on Friday, we were taken by our seniors. Dr. Siome is not here. Dr. Kuom is not here. But they are the ones who took us for orientation. And they told us that we are supposed to select our leaders. Lucky for me, I had a good roommate called Peter Kimani. Now, I met Kimani in September the previous year in Nairobi when I went to do my first aid training at St. John's Ambulance. We were with him and Faria, and then we decided that we are going to start a group because we were the only young people there. The people who were learning first aid were already employed, air hostesses, people who want to go into healthcare. They were the older people. We were the young ones, so we bonded and we were going to the same school. So we created a group. And the reason why that is important is it played a crucial role in me motivating you to choose me as your class rep instead of Sajid, who, as I came to realize, the majority of you were in awe of his hair because he's, yeah, you know, white people and nice hair. So, as I came to realize. So since 2016, I've been your class rep, and we've had several ups and we've had several downs, but there are a lot of things I've learned throughout leadership with you people. One of the things I've learned is that everyone has their unique strengths. You just need to know where to poke it, and then they'll manifest their potential to you, most of the time to your benefit. So right now, I assume that I know majority of you with your strengths. If I need something to be done quickly, of course, I'll tell Rono. If I need something to be designed, I'll tell Kevin. If I need a lot of PR on social media, I'll tell Nasike. If I need someone to convince someone, I'll tell Kendi. If I need someone to talk to juniors, like a father figure, I'll talk to Hemstone. And if I just need to make noise about football, I'll ask Ibra. And if I need to talk about adult things, I'll talk to Were. And if I need to just hype someone up and joke about how the day has been, I'll talk to Kirwa. So, you know, I've known each and every one of you with your strengths, and I think we relate with each other better and better. And now, just like our Associate Dean has said, you know, there's always one thing that we keep telling ourselves, that what can we do to find a better thing? It happens in relationships. You ask, what can you do to find a better partner? It happens in life. What can you do to find a better job or a better something for yourself? But over the leadership course that I've had with you, I think the better question is to ask, what are you providing that is better? Because if you have something that you like and you are providing it to the society, then if it's a relationship and you want a good partner, if you are trying to be a good partner yourself, then if you want a good partner, it will manifest and you'll recognize it. You only recognize what you have in you. So just like Dr. Omoto has said, we have a potential in us. He thinks we are potential leaders. So if you want something good to come your way, my advice is just to manifest what you want in the world. Then when it presents itself before you, you'll recognize it. And once you recognize it, it will be yours. So thank you so much. I've had such a quiet run. I stopped being a class rep in fifth year because I went to become the med school president for the association. But now I retired a few months ago, and you insisted that I should remain, which I've done with due diligence. So thank you so much for always believing in me. I hope we'll continue being in touch as we move along the lands of profession. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bonke. Let's clap for Bonke. You see, one thing I remember about Bonke is the story of the porcupines that he told us one day. You see, Bonke has this way of doing things. He posts something in the class group. He knows everyone will just look and not respond. So he created, I think, a broadcast. So he sends on Christmas, I think on Christmas Day of 2019, he sends us a story of porcupines in the winter and says, these porcupines, they notice that whenever it's winter, they need to come close to each other so that they get the warmth and survive the winter. But then they notice that whenever they come close to each other again, they poke each other and it's uncomfortable. And so he was telling us, let's just be like those porcupines. We need to survive. Even with all our flaws, let's come together and poke each other, but we'll survive. So thank you so much, Bonke. At this point, I want to acknowledge the arrival and presence of Dr. Diana Abuoda. Kindly wave to the, I wanted to say congregation, but that would sound like church. Yeah, but anyway, wave to the congregation. Thank you. So Diana Abuoda is representing the KMA Young Doctors Network, which I hope all of us will join moving forward. Dr. Omoto allowing that we'll join the KMA YDN moving forward. So at this moment, I want us to just engage in a little chit chat, yeah? And then I'll come again, do a random pick. What do you think was your most memorable moment of med school? Okay, memorable in this sense means either it was the worst, either it was the best, but it's something you remember. So Dr. Mitei remembers his, and I know he knows it. So you have no excuse of not remembering yours. So I'm giving you 2 minutes to share it with your neighbor. Then I'll come and tell you. And I'll come and pick it from you. Then you tell us. As you're thinking about it, I remember Dr. Marwa telling us that you have one neuron surrounded by CSF. Yes. That was the most memorable one. Okay, I'm sure you've said something. Bonke, kindly pass the mic around. And we are going to start with Dr. Patrick Omondi. Dr. Patrick Omondi is at the far end.
Dr. Patrick, raise your hand. I see you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Patrick.
Let me allow my daughter to say hi to you people.
Oh.
Hi. Hi.
Hi. What's your name?
My name is Michelle.
How old are you, Michelle?
5.
Good. I'm also 5. Thank you. Now, Dr. Patrick, answer the question.
My most memorable moment in medical school. A difficult one. But I remember we, as undergraduates, we had what we used to call long case and short case. Different from the system you people have. So in my first internal medicine third year rotation, I remember my case and I was completely off with my answers. And I remember the lecturer telling me that your parents wasted money. I think you guys know the story, that the cow that was brought was the wrong one to school. Okay? But all and well, we struggled all through medical school, and here we are today. Thank you very much.
to choose the next person. Be wise.
Okay. Before we choose the next person, let's just recognize the guests who have arrived. Dr. Helen Barsosio here, our mentor from Cambry. Say hi. Dr. Masika is around. No, just okay. We also have ABSA Group, one of our sponsors, a representative from ABSA. Just rise so we can see where you are. Yes, they are here. Thank you so much. We also have representatives from Madison, who are our sponsors. Thank you so much. We will keep updating you of our new guests that arrive. So Rono, take us to the next.
You are picking your next victim, then I go to the next.
My next victim, you all know who I'm going to choose.
You choose, let me recognize the wise man, Dr. Bita. And also, since I'm in the business of quoting wise men today, Dr. Bita once said, I'm happy to be associated with you.
Rono, you'll have to repeat your question for the person I've chosen.
Oh, they discussed it, so they know the answer. The most memorable moment of med school. They are asking me to tell you to use the microphone.
Hello.
That's
Can
better.
everyone hear me now? Okay. So my most memorable moment in high school, that was med school. Sorry. That was way back in first year. We were all new, trying to get to know, understand each other. And then I remember I met my good friend Rono, who I call my buddy. And yes. I know it's been a recurring theme since we started, but I just have to say it. And Bonke. And we're going to fellowship. And then I remember there was this, some 3 songs where we were just singing, like each one just sings one song and then the other person a different one and a different one. But in the end, it was all coming up together. And I can say that's the moment we started a little choir known as Buddies, which is still present up to date. So yeah, that was the moment.
Yes, thank you. Those are sweet memories. But the choir, the med school choir, the med school fellowship choir is still called Buddies Band from that moment. And that really betrays me. I could sing some time back. Not now, not anymore. Fine. So we are going to proceed to our next segment. We have Dr. Marie-Claire presenting on global health. You've heard of this buzzword that everyone is mentioning about it. Marie-Claire could not make it to come in person, but so she did a recording for us to just interact with it and learn something. A little brief on Dr. Marie-Claire is that she's a medical officer, and currently she's a programs director at Africa Health Business. She's also a multi-award winning young professional. Yes. You'll get the specifics if you're really curious. She motivates me a lot. And I would say having pulled off this event, it's mainly due to her mentorship and her guidance. So take a listen, and I hope you learn something.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, or I should use the proper titles. Madaktari. My name is Marie-Claire Wangari. I am a medical officer and one of the leaders at the Kenya Medical Association Young Doctors Network. It gives me great pleasure to be giving the first thematic presentation today on global health at your 2022 Med Some Finalists dinner, which is timely themed emergent health professional preparing for the practice and beyond. And I think I'll use the same phrase I used during the white coat ceremony a few months back, that global health is something that we interact with each and every day, be it in our training to be a healthcare worker, or even now as you transition to actually practicing all that you've been taught as a healthcare worker, wherever you'll be posted for your internship center. And it just simply goes with the common phrase we are taught during our interactions with the global medical student body, the International Federation of Medical Students Association, IFMSA, which keeps insisting that all that we do at the end of the day, we should be acting locally, but with all our actions, we should be thinking how this intertwines to the global health architecture globally. And if I'm to bring this close to home, I think I'll start with an event that is dear to Kisumu County, which was held in December 2018 with the launch of the UHC program that even saw the World Health Organization Director General, Dr. Tedros, attend and talk about how that intertwines with the ongoing general program of work at the World Health Organization, which is a classic example of how what is even happening at county level has a ripple effect to global health policies. But for me, mine, aside from all the technicalities I have told you in the first minute or so, mine is first of all to welcome you to the profession. This is an interesting path in your career as we speak, because you're now ending a six-year academic year, that is, journey, and now transitioning into the professional sphere. And it might feel a little bit lonesome, it might feel a little bit confusing, but at the end of the day, it is as beautiful as a journey of life, where we take it one step at a time and learn each lesson at a time, all at the end of the day as we aim to serve our nation and also serve the communities where we will be placed in our various internship centers. And one of the ways where you can continue developing yourselves to be an emerging healthcare professional in the practice is through joining professional bodies such as Kenya Medical Association, which essentially, as you can see from my background, says championing the welfare of doctors and quality healthcare in Kenya. And through Kenya Medical Association, you will be opened to other fora such as the World Medical Association and the World Medical Association Junior Doctors Network, which also discusses commonalities or common thematic areas in the health sphere on a global scale. And we have very many Kenyan young doctors who are active in that space. And it is as simple and as filling in a form. And for World Medical Association, membership is free for your first 5 years post-graduation, while for Kenya Medical Association, you have your annual subscription fees, which I'm sure your division leaders will be mentioning in a few. But for also Kenya Medical Association, it's as simple as going to the portal, signing up, getting your KMA number, and now enjoying the benefits and the camaraderie of being in an association, especially given the fact that next year we will be hosting the World Medical Association Council meeting in April. But that aside, I think the biggest thing that you probably are looking for in my presentation on global health is especially the element on, is the grass greener on the side of global health? And I'd like to, and many of you will probably want to jump ship and pursue your master's in public health or the amorphous field and live clinical practice in search of these greener pastures. But for me, I think my key advice I'll tell you right from the get-go is go through that internship experience and be very open-minded in each and every step of the internship journey. Internship in itself is not an easy journey because of the technicalities of it, because now you're no longer a student, you actually are on the front lines, dealing with human life, dealing with families, dealing also with your own settling into society as no longer as mwanafunzi daktari to now daktari. But if you go through it with an open mind, and if you go through those emotions that will come up with practicing medicine, you go through actually learning, you actually enjoy doing your first CS, putting your first chest tube on your own, even teaching others how to do it when they come at a later date, then you will gradually come to appreciate the profession, and you'll gradually learn that, get to see in practice actually the element of medicine being an apprenticeship, and come to appreciate all the various sub-cadres that are there in medicine, be it if you choose the amorphous route of public health and policy, be it if you choose to be a surgeon, if you choose to be an ENT, if you choose to be a health entrepreneur, if you choose to be in IT. Going through all those processes with an open mind only expands your expands your vision on what is available in your field, or makes you be able to appreciate rather the forest that is medicine, rather than just walking in with a fixed mindset on one particular tree, and you're not particularly sure whether this tree is actually a dying, decaying tree or a blossoming tree in itself. So for me, my main message to you, if you're going to forget everything that I'm going to say, is one, be open about your next steps, and remember to focus on the entire forest, the entire experience, the entire journey. You will go for internship probably with a group of people you barely interacted with in your 6 years in medical school. Enjoy that process. Form those friendships you never formed when you were there. You will also interact with, now that there are close to 11 medical schools, you'll interact with interns from the other 11 Kenyan medical schools, and even people who have studied medicine abroad. And that in itself is also a journey and an experience you should be open to engaging and interacting with. And as you also now go through this, and now you decide to join your association, join your union, join your university alumni chapter, whichever you decide to choose, at which stage you choose to join, or even join the circle. As you join all these fora, you will also then be exposed to more and more forests with more and more trees that will expand your field of thinking and expand your field of opportunities, which you can explore, because the world is your oyster. And as you open each shell, you will see whichever pearl is there for you, and if that pearl is the one that you are looking for. So from me, it is to remind you that yes, while global health, while WHO looks fancy in Geneva, while the United Nations headquarters looks fancy in New York, remember that every single thing you do ties into those nice big global architecture offices, and that you do not need to struggle so hard to reach for Geneva, while you might actually have the opportunity to create that impact back here at home. So from my end, it is to congratulate you all once again for making it this far, and to advise you and counsel you that you should now be open-minded in your next steps and in your next avenues of engagement in this noble profession. And as Kenya Medical Association Young Doctors Network, we welcome you to join us and to be part of our forest and see how the various trees in our forest are, and what tree aligns closer to you. My colleague, Dr. Diana, will talk more about the network, and as well as our president, who is in attendance. But from my end, I'd like to say thank you very much for giving me the avenue to talk to you on global health and how it actually intersects with what we have all been doing all these 6 years, and welcome you to your next chapter in the profession. Asanteni sana, and do enjoy your evening.
Thank you. Let's clap for Marie Claire. What you may not know is that we're actually streaming this event on YouTube, and Marie Claire is watching. So when you clap, she's seeing it. Yeah. So clap as though you mean it. Yes. So I'm here to just make note of a few new arrivals. On my far right is Dr. Hezron Omolo. He's a technical advisor to the Chief Administrative Secretary, the Ministry of Health. Let's clap for him. I've also seen our lecturer and friend, Dr. Stephen Okelo. Department of Surgery and Anesthesiology. Well, but more of anesthesiology. Yes. And then we also have the country head of Square Pharmaceuticals. That name is difficult. I have to read it. Yes. So it's Rinton Chakraputi. I'm sorry if I butchered it. Yeah, but let's clap for him. They came through for us. Yes. And so at this time, I would want to call in Bonke to introduce our next segment of speakers.
Thank you so much, Rono. Just before I introduce the next speaker, I just want to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Bita, our wonderful lecturer and chair of Department of Surgery. Welcome. So our next speaker is a very good friend of mine. I don't know whether she's mad at me because I don't keep time as she does, but I'm trying. She's Dr. Diana Abwotha. Dr. Diana is an inpatient manager at Avenue. I've been talking to her a lot. She's my mentor as well. And she's a member of the Kenya Medical Association's Young Doctors Network since 2021. So at this juncture, I would want Dr. Diana to talk to us about Young Doctors Network because that is where we are going after this. Welcome, Dr. Diana. Round of applause for her as she comes.
Thanks, Bonke. Hello. Thank you, everyone. My name is Dr. Diana Abwotha, as Bonke has mentioned. He mentions that I could be upset, but I'm not. It's just that he told me to be here at exactly 4:30, and at exactly 4:30 I was here, quite ready. But you were still very excited. You were enjoying your moment, and it's truly a precious and great moment. And so I actually allowed you guys to enjoy, and I left again. Unfortunately, the second time I've come late, and I apologize for that. I'm trying to stop being tardy in my life, and I failed at this spectacularly. But I hope you have the grace to forgive me. I would like to do a small speech after Marie Claire, who is actually my mentor. I'm actually in awe, and I have been in contact with Marie Claire for the past 2 years, sorry. And all that she does, I think, leaves me very proud. She keeps inspiring me. She's younger than me. And most people might think when you're going back to, or when you're coming into the field as a young a doctor blast, you may think you do not have an impact, but you do. You all do. And the minute that Bonke invited me to come at least to give a small speech on behalf of YDN, I jumped at the opportunity because I knew all of you are important. All of you are our next big batch of doctors, and you're the ones to lead this space as we move ahead. So right now, let me at least give the speech I had prepared, because sometimes it's very interesting when you meet so many great minds, because I can see some of my colleagues here, my senior colleagues. I hope I will not disappoint them as well. So to all esteemed graduates, congratulations. It's been a journey that has just started. You've done the 6 years that was on the ground in your medical field reading your books. And believe you me, you have just started the stairs. And the best part about it is you have just started. As Marie has said, the medical field is so broad, it's wide, and you also have areas where you yourselves can charter the way. So this will mark the beginning of a lustrous journey in this field that we all know and love. So as I look at all your excited and smashing faces, I actually came when most of you are taking photos. And it was wonderful to see. I guess people don't want to be sarcased later in life, so you're making sure mumeonekana kila pahali, that you are there. And I agree, you were all there. And as you head on to your internship centers, I would also like to encourage you to join our medical associations, as Marie has stated. Case in point here would be the Kenya Medical Association, which will embrace you all in open arms, in particular, the Young Doctors Network. I stand here on behalf of its convener, Dr. Linda Kemunto, and also a member of YDN is also Dr. Marie, who is now in global health and part of the Africa Health business. So what is the YDN? It's a committee under Kenya Medical Association as well, which was launched when KMA at 50 AGM, that was in 2018. And it was formed to increase participation of the younger professionals, in the association, and to mentor and untap the potential of these professionals. And its mission is to connect, develop, support young doctors by providing opportunities to explore and develop both their personal and professional growth. I have been involved in 2 conferences, and the last one being in Eldoret. I don't know how many attended. Any hands? Yes, I know, Doc, you are there. But I'm hoping after I leave this stage, more of you will attend the next one. In fact, more of you will apply to be part of the YDN, because this time it was particularly on mental health. And it was actually quite a beautiful experience for people to come and talk. And we also had speed mentorship sessions, which are also available on the ground, so that everyone was able to have a session with seniors and also juniors alike. Our team also has 4 areas of impact. 1 is to lobby. 2 is to have webinar series and meaningful engagements for opportunities for young doctors. We actually had 2 Twitter. I'm sorry, I've forgotten the word. Thank you. Twitter spaces that we actually had on the ground, and it was quite engaging. And I encourage more and more of you to join. I hear some of you are actually social media savvy, and it will be great to have you on board. We also talk about our 3rd impact being policy formulation, and our 4th impact was also on mental health. And our 5th will also be on financial development, though we also have guys here who will talk on the same. And I welcome you all to join our KMA, especially on the Young Doctors Network, to grow it, to develop it, and to move it to all other universities in the on our country, Because not only is it just about when you graduate, even as you start off as medical students, you can always be a mentor, always bring on more people, and help it to grow as well. Thank you. I've come to the end of my written speech. Can I say something now off the record? I've been in Kisumu for quite some time. As they mentioned, I'm the inpatient manager at Avenue Hospital, moving to doing quite a bit on projects. And I will also be involved in the expansions of both the clinic and the hospital. And one thing I must say, Bonke, this is so amazing. I did not get the second doctor, but this is such an amazing event. I'm so proud of you guys. I'm in awe. I really am. Because you've thrown such a beautiful final dinner. You've actually had so many of your sponsors on board. I'm hoping those are free stethoscopes because they're Litmans, if I'm not wrong. And they're so important. Professor Ogendo is here. I'll never forget. I met Professor Ogendo in University of Nairobi. Of course, he will not remember me. But he chased people out when I was in 3rd year. Oh, that was my memory. Thank you. He chased people out when we were in 3rd year on our first week of rotation in surgery. And he was like, what type of stethoscope is that? And you know, there maybe you've won that pink one. It has a double barrel. You think you're there. Hey, you're chased so fast. Hey, you're not serious. Can you go and get a Litman? You're not a doctor. What is this? And that's how fast you move out. And you're like, that day you almost feel crushed. And by then you go buy that Litman. Whether you're going to the University of Nairobi bookshop or you look for those entrepreneurial students who used to sell for you those Litmans, which I swear were not the originals, but we bought them and we showed up. And that's where you always began with your journey. I'm telling you, even if I meet some of my classmates today, if they don't see a lit man, they're not taking you seriously. Because Professor Ogendo told us that's not a stethoscope unless it's a lit man. And I've met people actually who order online until Amazon just to get the lit man of what they want. And as you go on to the field, please take that with you. Take that energy that I'm seeing here. The fact that people are dressed up, the fact that we have the sponsors, the fact that we're having a dinner, take it to the field. When you go into internship, you might get through a bit of ups and downs. Sometimes you'll show up in the center and you realize you're the one. When your OBGYN, when your pediatrician, when your surgeon, when your IMED, ni wewe. And you will work. And some of them went to hear stories of BCG exams that no, you will work. You might not see your family for some time, but you will work. And what I see here is a class that has strong bonds. Please keep them. Internship is also a bit hard, and it needs you to hold each other strong. Wherever you are, do not let your friend or colleague go. As Marie has said, when you go and maybe it's someone you rarely used to talk to in class, that's the time you engage them and form those friendships. You'll move forward. Whoever you meet there, your medical officers, your nurses, your clinical officers, network and bond. And they will also help you to grow in the field. Wherever you end up, whether you end up being the next neurosurgeon, I don't know whether some people still want to do neurosurgery after the 6 years, whether you end up being a GP, a family medicine doctor, or even if you enter into pharma, if you enter into insurance, it's okay. So long as you're working with the energy and zeal that I see here today, you'll make it wherever you are. And if you bring it to our organizations as well, I don't think we'll have an issue in this country with our medical professionals at all. So you guys have a lovely night. Dance till morning. Thank you.
Let's clap for Dr. Diana again. Thank you. You mentioned of stethoscopes, and then I'm like, hey, Cosmos, you're God sent, because mine, those who have seen mine, both ears are facing one side. And it's not late, man. So I'm lucky I didn't meet Professor Ogendo in the ward rounds. But I've met him elsewhere, and he speaks highly of me. So he doesn't know that part of the story. On that note, I'm going to acknowledge the arrival, or before I go there. And because she's mentioned that you joined KMA, I want to say I'm a member of KMA. KMA number 3490, and I'm in Kisumu division. And for the next 1 year, I'll be a diaspora member. Yeah, just in case I don't get retained here. Yeah. So I'm going to acknowledge our next our new arrivals, starting with our very own I mean, I've learned a lot from the few interactions I've had with Professor Ogendo. And this is a thing. I learned something, and I think I've mastered it. But then the next time I'm doing something with him, there's something else to learn. Like organizing this event was actually the climax of learning. Let's appreciate our Dean, Professor Stephen Ogendo. Karibu sana. And also, I think it's because of the pillar. I'm so sorry, Dr. Immaculate. I'm so sorry. I've missed you severally. Yeah, let's clap for Dr. Immaculate Opondo. And because I've missed to recognize her severally, you're going to do it again. Clap for her. That was better. Then I'm going to recognize the Director of Youth Services in Kisumu County, Mr. Junior Omondi, who has just come in. Yeah. You'll hear people call me Rono. He knows me as Terer. So when you hear him saying that, it's because he knows me from somewhere else. So, and also as still on that note of acknowledging people, the president of KMA, Dr. Kigondu Simon, is in the house. Everybody, karibu sana. So at this moment, I want to invite, now I'm going to, it's so bad that fate has me saying these names severally. Mr. Rinton Chakraputi, who is the Square Pharmaceuticals country manager. Karibu sana.
Good evening. I was listening lot of things. Actually, this is a very good day, an auspicious day for me that I was able to present here. It was not supposed to. I came from Nairobi this Monday for working here. Luckily, I got the opportunity that I could have this event to participate. So really, it is honored and privileged for us. And actually, this day, today, as you are going to be the doctor, this is the most auspicious day for all of you. That from next, you are the doctor, you are the backbone of the nation who will take care of the patients. Lot of things coming. So, lot of responsibility on you. You are taking on the shoulder. So, I'll not take much time. I will go through a slide discussion about Square Pharmaceuticals from where we are. You know, when you are in practice, you will be two sides. One is pharmaceuticals, another is patient, because you need product to serve the patient. Without pharmaceuticals, you cannot go. So we are part of you always from the starting now. We will be always with you whenever you are. So let me start. I want to give a, you can put on PowerPoint. Huh? Yeah, thank you. So I will give a brief discussion or introduction about my country, from where we are, Square Pharmaceuticals, and what we are doing. Why it's required, I will tell you. Square Pharmaceuticals, a pharmaceuticals company from Bangladesh, and we are in Kenya from 2004. It's almost 18 years. And currently we have registered more than 160 products, what is available in the country, in different hospitals. In Kenya, you will not miss at least one product from Square anywhere you go. From every corner. We are supplying good quantity to government hospitals through KEMSA. We supply through MEDS, we supply to big hospitals. So everywhere we have our footage, and everywhere we have our colleagues or representative who is promoting Square product. So as I mentioned, we are from Bangladesh. What is Bangladesh? You might know, all of you may not know, some of you know. It's a country in Asia near India. And currently, our GDP in 2021, it was 5.5%. What was 2019? 8.2%. Bangladesh is the fastest growing economy in the world. One of the people living below poverty line is 20%. Our literacy rate is 74%. Foreign reserve at this moment 42 billion US dollar, and it is the 41st largest economy in the world. Bangladesh is self-sufficient in many sectors like fish. We are sufficient in poultry, food grains, meat, clothing, and medicine. Bangladesh is the second in the world in ready-made garments. We are in second in the world in the production of clothing, actually, or ready-made garments. Even Kenya, many of the clothes what you are buying from Woolworth, LCY Kiki is coming from Bangladesh. If you see the made in Bangladesh, though we are not in touch. And currently, Bangladesh produces 98% of pharmaceuticals medicine locally. If to the situation what we are having now, Bangladesh is the first country who was also able to produce those COVID medicine when it was launched in the worldwide, to make it affordable for everywhere in the country as well as outside the country. Even Kenya, when COVID was came, we were the company who was able to produce and bring this medicine to the country, like remdesivir, other COVID medicine as well as other supplements. We are present here. If we see the pharmaceuticals market condition in Bangladesh, it was 1981, 70% medicine or 75% medicine was produced by multinational company, only 25% medicine was produced by local company. If we come to the figure, go to the previous one. Previous. Yes, if we come to the current figure, that is last year 2021, 92% medicine we are able to produce locally by local manufacturer. Only 8% medicine are produced by multinational. So we have seen the situation. Local manufacturer getting stronger in the country. That's why we are able to be self-sufficient in the medicine by ourselves, by our country, and that gives strength economy of the country. And Bangladesh pharmaceuticals market got the approval from different regulatory stringent authority, including USA, including UK, including SAFRA, South Africa, including ANVISA of Brazil, PICS, many other authorities. We got the approvals. And Square Pharmaceuticals, what is the position in Bangladesh pharma market? We are the number one, having 18% market share in the country. Our second is even half of us. Many of this company are also present in this country. If you go to the next, yeah. About Square Group, it's a company having 27 sister company along with pharmaceuticals. We are diversified in healthcare. Along with pharmaceuticals, Square has Square Hospital, Square Natural Product, Square also diversified in textile, spinning, apparel, denim, etc. Fast moving consumer goods, we have our footage there. IT sector, we have networking, data transfer, software system. Media and entertainment, we also have media, TV channel, we produce cinema also. Also, we are diversified in agro sector as well. And turnover of the group, Square Group, is $2 billion US per year, and majority came from healthcare, that is 45.9%, followed by textile, around 27%, and others. In Square Group, more than 60,000 people are working there. That is inside the country. Outside the country is more than that, what was not mentioned here. In a nutshell, about Square Pharmaceuticals, we are the leading pharmaceuticals company in Bangladesh since 1985. We have 60 years experience producing pharmaceuticals product in the country. We have 6 years of experience producing sterile product, and we are the first company who got UK MHR approval in 2007. Also, we got the US FDA approval in 2018. Now we are supplying our medicine from our Bangladesh plant to USA and other countries. Currently, we are in operation 45 countries in the world, including Asia, big number, Africa also big number, Central and South America, Europe and North America, that is United States. We have mentioned this, our hospital, that's the picture, you can continue. This a fast moving consumer good item and toiletries item. Go to the next. This is textile industry, Square is also present there. Information technology, we have our footage there. This is some of our manufacturing site located in Bangladesh, Pabna site. One of the first site, that is Dhaka site, that is approved by US FDA. We produce and supply medicine from there to USA. Another manufacturing unit. This is our separate and dedicated cephalosporin unit where we produce cephalosporin product. This is our ophthalmic unit, that is also separate, where we produce ophthalmic product, and it's followed BFS technology, below filial cell, without human touch. These are insulin manufacturing facilities where we produce insulin. This is our parenteral unit where we produce parenteral products, that is large volume parenteral. This is our solid dosage form, another unit too. And this is one of the important part, center of excellence, that is Samsung Chaudhary Center of Excellence Center, where we do research on pharmaceuticals product to make the product most stable, less side effect, or having less impurities, to make the product most affordable for the patient, that is cost effective. We do it here. We have lot of scientists who is working in the sector from different countries even. Now, Square Pharmaceuticals not only established in Bangladesh pharma market, we have stepped out from Bangladesh to establish in Kenya. That is, we are taking the step to produce product locally. Currently, Kenya, more than 70% medicine are import based. That's why the cost of the medicine is very high in many sectors. So we want Kenya to be sufficient like Bangladesh to produce the medicine locally. And we have taken this step. Last 5 years, we are doing our construction on the pharmaceutical sector. We have established our manufacturing plant. We have started 2018. That is called Square Pharmaceuticals Kenya EPZ plant. That is the biggest manufacturing facilities in Eastern Central Africa. I will come to show you that. That is a formulation unit having oral solid dosage form in the tablet and capsule in phase 1. Phase 2, we will be coming with the oral liquid facilities, and phase 3 we will be coming with the injectables. If you see the capacity, our land area, we have taken around 17 acres, that is located in EPZ at the river, Nairobi. And human resource, we are employing more than 1,000. First phase, we will be employing 500 around. Second phase, we will also employing more than 200, and third phase, we will be employing around 400. And the investment for this plant is 75 million US dollar, and that will be the technology transfer what we did in Bangladesh, US FDA approval, manufacturing facilities. This one will be also qualifying for that to qualify USA, qualify other countries, so that we can support medicine, supply medicine from Kenya to other countries. That is the model of the plant that was designed. Now this is the practical. We done it. This is the picture was taken in May. This is our, yeah, this is our main production building. What we already done. This is inside the facilities. This is some roads inside. This is some machineries. Go. Some machineries also. This inside the production floor where the product will be produced. Some machineries for the production. This is packing hall. This is also racks where the product will be kept. This is quality control laboratory where the product will be tested after production. Microbiology laboratory. And these are the first phase products what we are currently considering to produce from the plant as the initial phase. This product are already in the market. Many of you already know some of this product. Our losartan is called Angilog, Diprex, olanzapine, Melcam, Meloxicam is also leader in this product in the market. Protas or esomeprazole, then Remac, clarithromycin, Square Zinc, Secnidazole, Zimax. This is the product already in the market, and we are studying from here. Last month, that is in May, we got the GMP approval from PPB, and from last month we have started production from this manufacturing plant. The product is not yet market because we have to see the stability of the product. Then from January onwards, this product will be coming in the market from our local manufacturing plant. So what is our request? You know, we in Bangladesh, our doctors changed the situation. We were dependent 75% medicine imported and was produced by multinational. And the cost of that medicine was high. But currently, 92% medicine produced by local manufacturer and 98% medicine produced inside the country. And the cost of the medicine is comparatively very much affordable for the patients. Why? Because doctors believe that if local manufacturer, we support them, we prescribe their product, this country will get benefit gradually. Currently, if you find a cefuroxime from multinational, how much it costs to the patient? Around 2,000. Where if you can get this same cefuroxime from a good quality manufacturer, patient can cost around 500. Is not it? So if patient can be cured, patient can be treated well with good generic, you should consider that to develop the local manufacturer as well as to serve the patient. As you are going to be a doctor, from tomorrow, from onwards, you are going to practice. Without your support, without your belief, it will be difficult for country to sufficiently capable producing medicine here. If you can believe, if you can support, this country will grow because of you. So that is our request. You should support us as a local manufacturer. I just mentioned some of the products, what is already available in the market. That is one of our renowned product, H. pylori kit called Pilotrip, that contains amoxicillin, clarithromycin, and lansoprazole. That is treatment for the H. pylori. You should treat for 2 weeks. Then you should continue with another product, that is esomeprazole. We are also coming this product from the local manufacturing facilities called Protas. We have 20 and 40 mg and injection as well. It is one of our antacid called Nilacid. We have both 100 ml and 200 ml as well as the tablet, and is the most homogeneous antacid in the market. I believe you will use it and get the benefit for the patient. This is another product or ituricoxib called Tori, one of the most affordable ituricoxib in the market that is used for the pain management. So I do not want to mention many products you will not remember, but when there is a scope, when you will be in the practice, we must see you, must visit you to promote our product. So our request to support us as a local manufacturer, it is you who will help us. At the same time, you will build your nation, you will build your country. We will be producing product locally, what will be export from this country to other countries. So Kenya will be economically benefited. So that's all. We wish you will have a good evening today, as well as you are becoming the doctors, you will be very much successful. We will be always with you. We are always partnering with the doctors in different steps when you require. We will be on site with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Square Farmer, for that wonderful presentation. Square Farmer have been good friends to us for the past few weeks. We met them at the KMA conference in Eldoret, of which we must thank our lecturer, Dr. Bita, for allowing us to attend when the course was quite packed for the ophthalmology rotation. So that's where we met Square Farmer, and they've come through for us. So thank you, Square Farmer. Thank you, Dr. Bita. So the next person is Dr. Mitei. You know Dr. Mitei from the Ops department, but now he's coming as the chair of KMA Kisumu division. He's also one of the key sponsors for this event as the chair of the KMA Kisumu. Welcome, Dr. Mitei.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I must say I'm very grateful to be part of this very important occasion. There is nothing as pleasant as having gone through a very rigorous training, and then you're part of the people that are finished. You know, I remember our time in medical school. We started 47 of us, and we finished only 21. The mortality rate was, you can't imagine, isn't it? Yeah, so you are very lucky to have achieved this very important achievement. I want to thank the doctors. Let me call them doctors, although we are going to receive the results tomorrow. I believe Professor Ogendo will just paste all the names. I don't know how the results are released at the moment, but you see, during our time, I think it was very traumatic, because we would wait for the dean, and the dean comes with security, with the results. And the results were actually posted in the hostel notice. So we would just go and look at our results. Or sometimes if you think maybe your name is not there, you would wait until the others have seen their results. Or if there's someone who you know that has seen the results, you ask whether your name is there. So it's only the names of those who have passed that were appearing on the notice board. If your name is not there, you follow the dean to the office. Then you are told that you are going to have a supplementary. You are going to repeat the whole year. And you are going home. Discontinue the studies. And many of us did not manage. But I'm happy that, you know, things have changed, because sometimes it may not be that really you are that daft per se, but there could be other factors. And it is important that these days that students are supported through the program. There are many other factors. And in Eldoret, I think later on, we started what we call work study program, and each of the students were assigned a mentor. And I hope that is what is going on right now. The other thing I can remember was during internship. During internship, I had just been posted to the Department of Obs Gynae. I think that was my first week, or even my first day in Obs Gynae. And I thought I was doing well. You know, I'm just seeing patients and monitoring, and then my consultant arrived and decided to examine all the patients. And the first patient we saw, he told the patient, we are taking you for cesarean section. Prepare the list. And these are patients I've been seeing. The next one, we are going in for cesarean section. This is the second patient. The third one, cesarean section. The fourth one, cesareans. The fifth one, then I asked myself, what was I doing in this department? So I became a bit discouraged, but I went ahead later on to become a gynecologist. So don't be discouraged. As you go into practice, you know, things you are now going to apply what you have studied. You are going to go to see the real patient, not the books. You know, patients don't read books before they come. So they don't give you the symptoms that you read in the books. So if you think you are going to see that book when you are seeing the patient, then you are cheating yourself. Things are going to change. And you must see the patient as that particular patient, not the way the book describes the symptoms. Okay? What I may also want to say is that internship is not very easy, but it can be easy depending on how you take it. You may have difficulties with finances, for example. You know, when we started, we did internship, we were earning 14,000 Kenya shillings per month. It was very little money because that time we did not have these allowances that came later. So we used to have a lady, an old lady who used to sell us vegetables. This is Nakuru Provincial Hospital, just outside the gate at the interns' flats. So every time, because of course we could go to town and you meet together in the matatu, every time you're behind there, and she tells you, Daktari have paid for you fare. Every time you're with her, she pays for you. I think this lady must have learned that these doctors don't really have much money. And then when you go to a social place, and you're together with lawyers, you know, young lawyers, and they're the ones, you know, throwing around, and you can't even buy around. Eh? So, but things have changed at the moment. Although things are also changing in terms of employment of doctors, but I think the future for doctors is bright. So don't get discouraged. I can also remember one particular incident. When I was going across in Moi University, the hostels are just across. So you walk across, you get to the hostels, and there's a road there. At 11 p.m., I was coming from the library. And I met this lecturer. You know, I'm tired, really, I want to go and sleep. And the lecturer starts asking me questions at 11 p.m. What is the pelvic diaphragm? And you see, the lecturer is moving, you know, he's not stopped. So you have to follow the lecturer. He's home. They used to stay behind the hostels. So you have to answer these questions as you walk along together. And until, you know, we reached his house and I had to come back. So you can imagine how that is. On one end, I was thinking maybe this is a learning session. Huh? The other end, I'm thinking I'm very tired. What is up to this lecturer asking me questions at this time? So there are quite a number of challenges in the medical profession. But I thank you because you have made it. But there are other challenges ahead. Let me say a few, make a few comments or some tips that may be useful to you as you start your profession. Just know that you guys are book smart. You can regurgitate all the knowledge, all the dense medical knowledge. You know, we can ask you questions and you can regurgitate. But you see, the practice is not necessarily that. You need, apart from the knowledge, you need to be compassionate and you need to be very resilient because you will be covering the hospital 24/7. You need to be very resilient and you need to focus. You should not be afraid to admit gaps in your knowledge. When you do not understand or you cannot make a diagnosis, just be frank, tell your colleague, tell your senior that I cannot make a diagnosis. Or you tell the patient that I'm going to read. You know, we are very afraid to be seen by patients, to refer when patients are in front of us. But you see, the doctors from the West are very different. I used to see them carrying books to the ward in Eldoret. They carry huge books in their pockets and they refer in front of patients. And that is okay. I mean, you cannot know everything. So if you don't know, don't write the wrong medication. Just ask or just go and check it up. So a good doctor should be able to say, I don't know. Or you say you're just going to get information to make a clear picture. Don't jump to conclusions. You can just say, I'm just going to run more tests to get to the bottom of this matter. Our patients these days are very clever. You know, they come when they have an idea what condition they have. You know, they read a lot. They Google, Dr. Google, and they have an idea. So do not just dismiss them. They may not be right, but most of the times they understand their symptoms and probably the diagnosis. When you make a mistake, just full and tell the patient. If you go in and you remove the wrong, for example, realize you actually removed wrong organ, it would be important to tell the patient that this is what happened, rather than waiting. Then she goes for more investigations and it's realized that the sick ovary is still inside. What will happen? We are living in a highly litigious society. And if you want to reduce those litigations, you would rather be candid. It's called professional duty of candor. Be open to the patient. If you make a wrong diagnosis, tell the patient that this was wrong. Now this is the diagnosis. So finally, I want to welcome you to KMA. We would like you to register, join KMA. It's only 5,500 and participate in activities of KMA. Going forward, we will involve the medical students in activities of KMA. I think we have discussed that with the outgoing leaders, and we will do that. Think about specialty. Think about what you would want to do. Because at the moment, we are having so many young doctors not employed. Think about that. Don't go around looking for jobs and you might take 2 years, 3 years and you haven't gotten a job. Think about what you need to do next. The other thing I would like to let you know is that you are going to start participating in nation building. You will be called, you will be MOHs, you will be sitting with regional commissioners because you are an MOH. So always advance the welfare of your profession and get to the table and be part of decision making. Otherwise, you may become part of the menu. Lastly, as I said, internship is not that easy. It would be important to postpone certain things. I know some of you might be in a hurry, but postponing certain things for 1 year is not so much. So don't make anyone pregnant. Thank you very much.
we are running so fast out of time, so I'm going to invite our next presenter, Madison, and kindly take 2 minutes for a brief presentation. 5 minutes.
El maravilloso, con el pibe de oro, Pichichi.
Vale y Popa.
Yes, Olivia. This is the champion's law.
Good evening. Good evening, doctors. You know, your profession is an endangered profession because all parents want their children to be married to doctors. And all ladies are looking for doctors where they are. Because you're endangered species, you need to plan yourself early enough. My name is Japheth Oliech. I'm a branch manager of Madison Insurance. I want to take you through some financial management tips. I know when people start working, most of us have problems because they want to have things that Dr. Mitei has within 1 year. And because that where I am from, there are people who will want to be in our life and they'll make us even commit suicide within a short time. I want us to be open to ourselves. You're going to go through your internship. I'm sure you're going to be getting some little money, not so much, but of course it's better than what it used to be before. You'll have relationships, which you have. It's normal. Once you're over 18, people have relationships. I want to give you a short story of what happened to me. While I was growing, I did education. But I was dating a lady who was a nurse. This lady looked at me as an investment. She used to call me towards the days we are supposed to earn our money. 1 week towards earning, the calls are so many. The lady comes, she appears. 2 weeks after earning, she disappears. So I looked at this lady and I asked her one time. She didn't come for a weekend. And I said, where are you? And she said, no, we have some assignments. There are things we are doing in Nyabondo, so I can't see you. So I said, I will come for you. I said, why are you coming? I always come towards the end of the month. I'll come next week. Then I insisted I wanted to come. So I decided, I didn't have a car by then. So I boarded a matatu to Nyabondo. I didn't get this lady. So I was very disappointed. So I told her, please don't come next week because I have come for you, but I didn't find you. Kumbe, she was having something to do with church. I thought maybe she didn't want to come because of that. But coupled with that, I realized that she was coming to us end month because she knew after visiting me, she would carry some things. So the same thing happens to our young doctors who start working. Sometimes they have relationships which drain them. I have a personal friend who took a loan. This doctor took these mobile loans. You know, sometimes we call them, kuna ingine inaitwa fuliza. Najua hiyo haijui hata pesa ya matanga. Sometimes you get an opportunity to be maybe a treasurer for a funeral. People start sending you money. I was like, why are you sending money? You could have called me before you send me money. So I want us to get out of those small mobile loans. I want us to start well. If you start on the right path, it's going to be good for you because the profession is good. There's good. It's not about. I want you to. Can you put the slides? Yes. You know, focus in trying to grow yourself is personal. You decide by yourself, and if you start early, it's going to be better. Go back to that. Go to that slide where that animal is chasing that guy. This is how our finances are. Most of us have worked for a long time. We keep on running. Why am I? We earn our money for some of us who worked for some time, very few of us have their money 1 week after earning. What happens? Maybe I would ask some of us who have worked for some time. Yeah? Prof. Remove it. Yeah, this in the potato. And you know this, when you are a doctor, even your villagers know you have money. All the Arambes in the village, all your aunties who didn't go to school well, now they want their children to be educated by you. And if you continue doing that, you realize that you 10 years and there's nothing you can say. If you has worked for 5 years or 10 years, he'll tell you, what's your worth? He'll tell you, I have a wife with 4 children. Is that an investment? So we want us to get out of this. It's all about planning yourself. So if you start well on the right note, it will be easier for you. Can you go to the next slide? You know, income determines sometimes is amount of control. How do you control your money? Who are your money pullers? When you earn, where does your money go first? Where do you take our money? Do you drink everything? Anybody who has earned some money, I'm not talking work for a long time only. But even you guys, I'm sure you guys have gotten some money through law camps or so. Where do you take the first money you get? You get your salary. Doc, who gets your money first? Your landlord. Good. Her landlord gets her money. In fact, in Nyanga too, some people are good. And I ask you to be good rent payers. I have houses where you keep on fighting with the tenants every now and then. But they have money. See at Yawana. Some of us get money and we drink it before 2 weeks is after 2 weeks is gone. So I want us to go through some financial planning where able to when you get internship, you get some little money, start small. I like what even Dr. Brian has started. One of you here started thinking about tomorrow. The little money you get, if you save it today, it counts tomorrow. When Corona came, I have a friend who has been living in Kileleshwa in Nairobi, and he was paying a rent of 100,000. Clinics, Corona even scared some patients. Is it true, doctors? I have a friend whose clinic used to be full, but now because of Corona, even the patients disappeared, and the guy couldn't be able to pay his rent. So let us plan. It's not about how much money you earn. These are the roadmaps. For those who want to build their financial pyramids, if you want to start, where are we? Look at that. You know, there are people who pay, they get their money and they pay everything and they remain with nothing. But it's just the society where we come from. We come from societies where people depend on us. And we allow to control our finances. So if you start saving, how much does a house in Kisumu cost? You know, if you're smart, you know, when ladies are good, I would like to use one as an example. You know, a lady can look at you and say, this is a joker. This one can make a very good husband. And they say, I'll stay with you. Hata kama ana pesa sahi, tutakaa na yeye, but I know akipata pesa, tutakuwa sawa. So if you buy a house within 5 years or so, it's better to let your money, save some money, buy it. Don't take loans for things which can wait. I started giving you an example, a story of one of my friends who got employed. This guy was being paid 200 and something thousand. He took a loan where the loan he was paying, he took a car where he was paying 100,000. As we grow, this is how we accumulate our wealth. If you look at between the age of 20 or so, most of us were still dependent. But after 20 to 30, so long as we've started getting some money, we should think about investing it tomorrow. It's not bad to have families. If you start having your families early, it will give you humble time to be different. So if you look at some of us who retire very fast, you know, the people who retire and they realize that we still need more 10 years to work. Retirement has come, but because we didn't plan well, we need more man work hours. I want people to enjoy. After retirement, you need your money, you need to go to the village and enjoy your money. Now all of you have graduated, but within 5 years or so, you are going to see people who are going to be different. In Kisumu here, there are doctors, when you open your mouth, you say, are you sick? Do you want to see a doctor? They'll tell you, go and see such as a doctor. Even about a man knows this doctor is successful. So let us try to manage our finances. I would be able to go through this financial masterclass if we had time, but we don't have a lot of time. I want to tell you that when people start work having money, most of us, when you get more, you start spending more. If you grow yourself, delay your pleasure. It's going to happen to most of us. And you know the society where we come from, people copy one another. And this euphoria is bad. You've seen somebody who's driving what's the best car for doctors? The first one, I know a doctor will buy a... Can you tell me which car? Subaru. So you'll buy a Subaru hata kama unakufa njaa uko na Subaru. You can delay some of those pleasures, they will come. So start saving a little. If you are saving about 15,000 per month, if you save it for 60 months, 15,200, you can get 1 million, you can buy a small car within 60 months. If you are saving 30, you can get your 2 million and buy a decent car. So it's all about savings and the little money you get and planning well. It's not about how much money you earn that makes a difference in life. Some of us who worked for a long time will tell you that the more you earn, the more you want to spend. But if you want to get your life better, spend less than what you get. Don't spend all your salary. Save about 30% to 20% of what you get. We have plans which are short. There are plans which are going for 5 years or 60 months. Each and every election, if you take a plan which goes for 5 years, there's one in medicine called Uniplan. Initially, it was started for those doctors who wanted to further their education. You know, some of us, after graduating, they forget about going back to school. Good. But if you have that 5-year time, work for those years, then save your money, get your 2 million or 3 million, pay for your masters. Some of us who are going to have children, we have a very good education plan. I would want you to, when you have a child, think about the education. It's so bad to take a loan when your child is going to school and you've gone to school. Tuachie our parents wetu. You know, some of us who are growing up, our parents used to sell cows when we were going to school. Some of us here who are doctors, I'm sure people did some arambe at home. Give back to the society. If people paid for your fee, you are now a doctor. In law, there's something called pro bono. Can you treat, in medicine, do you have where people treat people for free? And they go, how is it called? Do you have it? Do you have a word for that? But you can. It's all about you. In charge, sometimes offer your service, sometimes for free. I know money is sweet, but think about yourself and save something. So thank you so much. You're welcome to Madison. You can start having a family. You can be able to start investing today.
Thank you for teaching us how to save. I hope we are going to save on time now. We've been taught how to save money. Let's save on time. Kindly, I'm going to bring in next KMA SACCO representative, Dr. George Gott.
Good evening. Sorry, the time is so much spent, so I won't bore you so much with a lot of stuff. But I'm here courtesy of the KMS Circle Limited. My fellow director, Dr. Gola, is here, but today is speaking on behalf of Royal Dental Clinic. First of all, let the slides run. I don't like going through the slides. These are things we can find. They're already. So those ones, you let them run. I like speaking to the mind and the heart. And now that I'm speaking to people who are going to become sorry, those ones can run. So we talk about real issues, not those ones. Now, the real issues first is that congratulations for making it out of medical school. It's not a small achievement, it's something big. So please clap for yourselves for making it through. having said that, this really is your day to enjoy yourself, to savor your success, and to remember the difficult situations you've gone through to reach. However, the end of one chapter in your life usually opens another chapter, sometimes more unpredictable. And that cannot be truer than the chapter that a graduating doctor's life is going to become immediately after graduation. You are joining a very interesting profession. One of the interesting things I've seen about doctors, I'm an activist. I think I'm not the prototype of a doctor. I'm an activist. I am deeply political and highly opinionated. So I am not if you are looking for the typical doctors who follow the rules, I am not one of them. And one of the things I've learned, why doctors really don't make it to the is because we are taught to follow rules. Yes. Everyone insists that a doctor should be like this, he should walk like this, he should speak like this. My friends, in life rewards those who are willing to push boundaries. If you are going to follow rules, just remember that you may not go beyond those who are making the rules. You've graduated, you've earned your degree, and part of it is to do all that appertains to this degree. Therefore, you're being invited to move out of simply following what people are saying to exploring a bit more. Get a bit more defiant. Because defiance, sometimes when you know what you are doing, only that you are seeing people who are trying to limit what you are doing. So find a way of not being limited by people and their opinions. And a lot of doctors ahead of you will try every single time to limit your opinions. When we rebelled and founded the KMPDU, I know of many senior doctors who treated us like anathema. There are those who even told doctors that those lost, we were called those lost, excited young men who have since left medicine and they have become activists. Tutawangoja kwa postgraduate, tutawafinya. But you see, that KMPDU has since improved even the welfare of those who opposed us. Meaning there is something we could see that they couldn't see. So if we had not defied that kind of dogma, they would still be complaining, but they can't cross the Rubicon. Secondly, you're joining a profession where the problems are many, but many people just want to look at the problems and mumble in low tones. Unajua bana, hii mshahara ni kidogo. Nini. we really want to go for postgraduate, wanatufinya, but they don't want to come out openly and say exactly what the issues are. And that's why I'm telling you that you are being invited to become defiant. Because unless you get defiant and rewrite the rules, you are going to live under the rules of the oppressors. And there is no way the oppressors are going to make you become better people than what they know. And a good example, there is someone you are going to elect. He's going to get your money given to him to run your county health services. He's going to get a salary every end of the month. His job is to ensure those of you who are working are paid. And he's just going to shamelessly go to his house. It is 15th of a new month. You've not been paid by 5th. And he expects you to go to work. Don't go. Don't. Because if you are going to work and you've not been paid, you are telling that, let me not use the word, you are telling that person who is not doing his job to continue sleeping on the job. Show him that he's supposed to wake up and go do his job. The problem with this country behind, we must not condone those who are not doing their job. And that is the attitude you should carry from here, going forward. Don't condone those who don't do their job. If they don't meet their end of the bargain, you have no obligation to meet your side. Finally, for the circle, which is what I'm going to say as the last point, Albert Einstein once said something that compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. Those who know it, they earn it. Those who don't know it, they pay it. Compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world. Those who know it, they earn it. Those who don't, they pay it. Once you know the power of compound interest, make use of the power of the compound interest. While I'm sitting here, just go to, maybe I'll take too much time. Just go to a compound interest calculator, download it. It's on Google Play. Download a compound interest calculator and assume you get your boom after working for 3 months. You get boom. Because we fought for you, we were very selfless and we found KMPD. We didn't care whether you'd be fired. We fought for you and got KMPDU. You're all going to be paid about 200,000 shillings as your first pay slip. Mine was 44, but we were very selfless. We fought for you. If you are paid around 400,000 when you start your internship, and you put, that is your boom, then you put Kenya shillings 50,000. I know you love commitment, so just put 50,000 every month for the next, assume 3 years. You start with 400,000, you put 50,000 shillings every month for 3 years. And on your compound interest calculator, you go to a money market fund that returns 9.5% per annum. What is that amount at the end of the 3rd year? If you have a compound interest calculator, what is that amount? I can do it for you if you don't. Sorry for taking your time. I know you are annoyed, but usijali. 400,000 Kenya shillings. Monthly contribution 50,000. And the number of years is 3. Sorry, interest rate per year is 9.5. And the number of years is 3. Calculate. Contribution, 2.2 million. The final amount is 2,501,587.95. So if you are we save in the circles to be able to get capital to do what we want to do. So join the circle as early as you can, build up capital. Once you build up capital, never forget compound interest. The rest, you'll get them on the notes. But if you ever forget anything, never forget the power of compound interest. And if you're ever going to forget my face, always remember what I've told you. You are joining a country where we like paying people who don't do their job. Don't be the one who is going to mop after them. Thank you.
The rallying call is do the job. And here we say tupo site. Yeah, we are there. All right, so I'll take this time to introduce our new entrants. I'll start with Dr. Tobias Otieno. Thank you. Yes. We have Dr. James. James, he's left. And then I'll come to the high table. We have the representative of the governor's office, Kasim. Thank you. And then we have our DG, Deputy Governor, Dr. Matthews Owili. Clap for him. Yes. And then we have our chief guest today, Dr. Mercy Mwangangi, the CS, Ministry of Health. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. So we are going. The presentation will be by representing the faculty.
To all our distinguished guests, our chief guest, the CAS, Ministry of Health, Dr. Mercy Mwangangi, the representative from the governor's office, our deputy governor and a friend of mine, Dr. Matthews Owili, our dean, School of Medicine, Professor Vinogendo, all colleagues and faculty, our able sponsors, all protocols observed, and of course, our MBCHB class of 2022. Good evening to you all. I'm happy and honored to be here on this auspicious occasion. Today, the 7th of July, 2022, is a joyful day, particularly for the MBCHB 2022 class. And we are all here to share with you in that joy. MBCHB 22 class, despite the tears, the trembling during OSCEs, you know, the grief after getting a supplementary exam or even a rewind, especially in dental health. But despite all that, you've completed a journey with beautiful achievements and precious memories. At times, my colleagues and I appeared hard on you during the journey. I want to assure you today that it was not in bad faith. We were just trying to get the best out of you. We as faculty, we've strived to nurture and construct a foundation for you, for your future, especially in the practice of medicine. The faculty has really worked hard to ensure that we've come to the end of these 6 years victorious, with good achievement, with honor and integrity. I want to thank all the students for their hard work, their diligence. They've been persistent, they've been disciplined, they've had very good relationship with most of the lecturers and even amongst themselves. I am aware that at times during difficult moments, these young doctors-to-be would put their resources together to help each other. I want to pray that you continue with that spirit. Keep on being your brother's keeper and do not depart from that. Finally, I would like to impress upon you, MBCHB 2022 class, that as we release you to the world and into the job market, remember you are going to be ambassadors for Maseno University and specifically for Maseno University School of Medicine. So wherever you go, please do not allow selfish interests to blemish the good qualities, the integrity, the virtues that you've acquired over the years. Continue being good to the people you meet, to the best of your ability. Continue working hard. Be optimistic, for the sky is beyond the limit. You've been a great class. You have all that it takes, and we have a lot of faith in you. So we are very proud of you as faculty for the achievement that you've made, and the relationship, hopefully, for all of you will change tomorrow after the school board meeting, and it will no longer be student-lecturer relationship, but it will be colleague relationship. So wherever you go, please listen to the ears of your elders as you progress into their journey of growth, and always remember that we, the faculty of Maseno School, Medical School, will always have you close to our hearts. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Immaculate. If there is one thing I've learned from Dr. Immaculate, do not settle for the bare minimum. I remember when I was class rep in 5th year, she called me and told me that many of us are just above 50+1 in dentistry. And of course, though that one is sufficient to move you to the next class, it was not good to settle for for the bare minimum. And you can remember she called majority of us to her clinic, and I think we did well in the end of year exam. So thank you, Dr. Immaculate. Right now, I want to call Absa. Absa is one of our sponsors and our friends. We also met them at the KMA conference. They'll talk for about 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The chief guest, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good evening. Before I say something brief, I'd just like to introduce myself and the team of two that accompanied me from ABSA. I'll just say their names, they'll wave, then we move on because of time. With me is the cluster business head of Rift and Western region, Mr. Isaac Okello. Thank you very much. And Mr. Jackson Nyakango is the Relationship Manager, Prestige Banking in Kisumu. And my name is Mark Wesley Ngetich. I'm the Branch Manager, Kisumu. I'm honored to be with you this evening. I'll just have a small speech. I don't have a presentation because of time. I'm honored and privileged to be here with you this evening. On behalf of Absa Bank, I wish to thank the event organizers for inviting us to join you in this auspicious occasion. Today marks a great milestone and the beginning of an exciting journey for our new medical doctors, the class of 2022, Maseno University School of Medicine. As we all know, the medical profession is one of the world's most sought after occupations. While millions of students apply for it every year, only a select few make it through to the other side. And those few are the ones seated here tonight, celebrating their achievement. And while most parents encourage their children to aspire and seek a career path in the medical profession, very few of us are familiar with the difficulties associated with the profession. In comparison to other occupations, doctors must devote significantly more time to their job. And in times of crisis, you risk your own life to save those of others. You have immense responsibilities and cannot afford to make any mistakes because these could be life-threatening. Your whole purpose is to serve mankind and cure or alleviate pain and suffering, and in this respect, society is wholly indebted to you. We thank you very much, doctors. At ABSA, we work with you to bring possibilities to life. We continuously work together with different stakeholders. For instance, Kenya Medical Association, well represented here tonight, to develop products and propositions that make your lives easier and better. For our new doctors, we have tailor-made solutions aligned to your need for convenience, growth in savings and investments, security and protection, as well as value for your money. On convenience, we offer our salary account. I think that's posted there on the screen. The ABSA One personal account with no monthly fees, easy account opening, an instant vertical debit card with PIN issuance at all branches, secure digital banking with biometric access, and the ABSA One, the ABSA checkbook, which is optional. We also offer various credit facilities with features such as ABSA unsecured personal loans of up to 5 million shillings with 48 hours approval TAT. I think what's there is 6 million. Repayment periods of up to 84 months, discounted mortgage fees, and the ABSA Gold credit card with limits from 100,000 Kenya shillings. Our ABSA vertical credit cards come with up to 0.3% in all major currencies and a digital savings product with a return of 7%. Your safety and protection are key benefits we also offer in our prestige proposition, and that's why we have our relationship manager, Prestige Banking, through the free gadget insurance of 50,000 shillings, free home contents cover of 100,000 shillings, and a reimbursement of up to 30,000 shillings in case of a forced account withdrawal via the ATMs or the ABSA mobile banking platform. You also get discounted motor vehicle insurance with premium financing options. Then we also have our ABSA rewards and loyalty program that offers you benefits like the Prestige vertical debit card with 0.3% cashback on all swipe transactions and up to 50% cashback on your bank fees when you take up a card, a loan, a savings account, or a mortgage. We also support you, doctors, to continually build your networks by attending exclusive ABSA events arranged through ABSA Connect. We have a program called ABSA Connect And I think previously we have worked closely with the KMA in one of the functions, and we'll continue working together with you to further your interests. Ladies and gentlemen, as your banking partner, we shall continue to maintain an open door policy, and we invite you to have conversations with us to help identify relevant solutions that will fulfill your evolving financial aspirations. Finally, I thank you all for being here tonight to honor the graduating class of 2022 and all the doctors worldwide. Asanteni sana.
Thank you so much, Absa, for being a friend to Maseno School of Medicine and for supporting us. Right now, I'll call my good friend, Dr. Vitalis, who is a mentor to us. You know him as the
So 20 of us, we said they remained along the way. So you who've reached here, congratulations. I know you're coming into a profession now that sounds like it has a lot of challenges. You do internship, and after 1 year, you wonder where you're going to be employed. But from the bottom line, irrespective of the financial or the employment challenges that occur now, by and large, you are in a good profession. And let nobody lie to you. I keep looking at this thing from a transitional perspective. In the 90s, lawyers used to be employed by the government as a routine. And lawyers moved on. Now you don't hear lawyers complaining when they graduate. They hit the world from how it comes by. It's just that the doctors are on a transitionary phase. But that is not to excuse the people who employ that you should ignore employing more doctors, because Kenya still need more doctors. So to the young doctors, don't feel like there's no hope. People may complain in the different platforms, people may complain in different places. But the reality is, the bulk of us, if we are not doctors, our life may not have been glamorous as probably it is. I happen to operate a clinic, which has been shared role into a clinic, and I literally struggle to look for dentists. When we advertise for jobs and state clearly we want somebody whose qualification is at Form 4 level, at diploma level, I get hundreds of people applying with masters in other careers. So what I'm trying to tell you is this field of ours may sometimes sound that things are not okay, but we're still at a good point. But that does not mean that the world owes you anything. For sure you're special, and I will not deny that. I think some of you here have probably never been number 2 your whole life. You've been number 1 from primary, you've been number 1 in high school, I think it's only middle school that was the equalizer. Yeah, there are times we used to go to University of Nairobi in the library, and when things are really bad, we would go to, at least nowadays, I don't know whether you still put in the newspapers. We would go to the archives of University of Nairobi Library. They have all the newspapers from time immemorial. So we would pull out the newspapers and start joking around like, you are number 1 in Nyanza. What is now happening with your, with your physiology or with your anatomy? But the reality is, you are special, you are given the rare gift of academics, but you're coming to a phase of life that really you create it by yourself. So you choose what you want. And the next thing that I would come to is that from my experience as Vitalis, I did my internship in Kenyatta. Before I finished my internship, it's a story I keep sharing. There's a good friend of mine who was called Elliston. We looked at the pay slip that doctors were earning. In Nairobi, we were earning 55,000. Because as we had to work in Kenyatta, then now when we were posted into the villages, okay, let me call Bond or Kisumu the villages back then, the pay was going to be less than what we were earning in Nairobi by 10,000. So we asked ourselves, is this really what we want to earn in life? So we started toying with the ideas of how to build ourselves or choose our careers. At one point, during our final year, actually, before we joined internship, nobody even told us about KMA Sacco. We knew about Afya Sacco. We just thought that we do our internship. Once we're done, we take away the title of a doctor and just pursue world. This world, like we want to do it. Until during our internship, salaries doubled. That is actually what made us to stick around. Otherwise, we'd have probably gone to buy. My colleague wanted to buy a matatu. And I wanted a very funny business, which probably I may not share now. But what I want to tell you is that as you go to your internship, please, guys, you're a doctor by profession, but in terms of income, you're not a doctor. If you see Prof. Ugendo probably driving some big car, don't want to have all those things overnight. Good things will be there. The question is, will you have the ability to own them? You can go take your boom during internship and buy all the good things. You can buy a car, you can get the latest iPhone. But 5 years down the line, you've not built your wealth. You're trying to prematurely enjoy the good things. So how we did it our time, because my job was to tell you how to invest as a young doctor. Now you're younger than me. Was that we sat down and decided that we were going to save our salary, 60% of it, from the first month. My friend was staying in some house called Tel Aviv in Nairobi, if those guys who know Eastlands. He was paying 6,000, a rent of 6,000 shillings. I was fortunate my brother was in Nairobi, so I was paying no rent. But I told my brother to move away from Langata, where the fare was more, so that I could go to high rise. So at least you could walk to Kenyatta and spend in the morning around 30 shillings. So that helps us save. My advice to you guys is that look at your annual income. What are you going to earn during internship? Because you guys are not so assured of a new income beyond, okay, you'll earn, yes, but beyond internship, immediately there's still going to be some confusion for some period. So my advice to you is, look at how much you're going to earn in the long run. Of course, and for all respect to the DG, they're going to pay you very erratically. You will earn your salary after some period. Yeah, of course, that's true. County is now delaying in paying people. I think that's not a lie. So what I can tell you, plan your life for the next 12 months. Say, as a doctor during my internship, how much am I going to earn in terms of my net pay? Choose what percentage you want to save. At worst, save 50%. The people who probably you think need to depend on you, just assume that they've been living for all these periods you've been in med school. If they could just sustain the way they've been living for another 1 year, it's okay. But at least have the ability to make the cake bigger. Because if you start earning tomorrow and now you suddenly want to keep your parents to have some very great life, in a few years, you're going to be needy like them. So my advice to you is look at what you're going to earn for the next 12 months. Choose a percentage. Of course, your need levels are different. Probably there's somebody whose younger sibling is going to high school and you need to pay fee. But respectfully, don't give those people comfort. You're not comfortable. That would be my first advice. The second advice is choose the path you want. It's not a crime to want to become a consultant. It is not a crime to seek to go to the public health world. It is not a crime to seek to be an entrepreneur. I always followed the mindset I left medical school, and I highly respect the consultants. The world needs you, and if you don't talk ill of being a consultant. But I felt that when you left med school, you were sort of driven like people going to a cattle dip. You know the way cattle are driven into one path. That if you don't become a consultant, then you're a half a doctor. It is not a crime, dear friends. it is okay, these consultants are earning good money. Nobody feels rich enough. I may not also feel fat enough. But the reality is consultants earn way better, of course, than what the entry level is. But it is okay for you to choose a different path. Now, the path I want to talk about today is entrepreneurship. I'm a dentist by profession. I run a clinic called Royal Dental Clinic. We are here in Kisumu, Homa Bay, and Migori. But I look at my clinic like I'm an investor in the healthcare industry whose product, the same way you go to the supermarket and buy bread, is to offer dental services. Why do I look at it that way? And I chose that path 10 years back or 12 years back. Is that I came to this town, and my colleagues, I can see Opondo is here, and not just to them, but I came to this town when getting a dentist probably in the morning was a challenge. So what did I find? One time my sister was sick, she needed somebody to treat her in the morning, and the dentists are called only available in the afternoon. Then I said, let me be available from morning to evening. So at that point, I am a doctor, yes, but I'm offering convenience and offering a solution. So don't come in the field and presume that it will be announced on national TV that you're the finest skill in Kenya. People have to know you. You have to respect your customers. You have to respect the patients. You have to add value to them. You have to offer what they need. Such that if, let's say, I went to Migori and they probably require me to have certain insurance, then it is upon me to seek to have that insurance, negotiate with them, and offer that service. I hope you can get my point. So if you choose to go the private sector way, do not feel that the patients owe you. Look at it like you have a skill that the patients need, but you're in it to also sustain yourself. So don't look at your private practice like, like benevolence, like you're a gift to the world. Look at it like it's a business. Businesses operate on some ethos. Like if you went to ABSA today and found it locked up to 10 a.m., you bang the door. Then why should it be the norm that I allow my patients, if it is what I wake up to survive on, to wait for me for 2, 3, 4 hours? Those are the gaps we need to fill. So I hope you're getting the point. And the next thing that I want to tell you is that you probably have no choice. I come from the school of thought that every succeeding year, your life is getting more expensive, whether you choose to, whether you like it or not. All of us here, your life was cheaper last year than it will be this year. So you have no choice but to multiply money. I know there are people who come from the school of thought that what is it good to be, what is the definition of being rich? The academics people dismiss having money as a bad thing. But the reality is this life is not cheap. Every single year your life is getting more expensive. You have more demands. So please learn how to multiply money. I won't go into the complexities of many things, but as young people, if you forget my name, please remember to get a percentage of your annual income and then save it. But don't keep money in the bank. It has no value. Your problems will overwhelm it. If you have 10,000 shillings in your pocket, I always say if you have 10,000 shillings in your pocket, it feels bigger than when it is in your bank account. Have you ever felt that way? So the mere fact that that money is easily accessible to you in your bank account, no matter how the fancy words they will give it, that money has no value. It has so many threats. There is your friend who is sick. There's a friend who needs money. So my first advice is save in the circle. I'm not saying this because I'm a seat in the board of the circle. My first loan I took from the circle. I've taken many, even ABSA gives me loans in Coop Bank and the circle. But you see, if you started earning and you put, let's say, like us, we set a goal of saving 300,000 by the time we're finishing our internship, so that at least we could take a loan of 1 million shillings each of us and start our business that we wanted to do. That 300,000 has a multiply effect. That 300,000 is much more difficult for you to access than the money you probably put in M-Shwari, than the money you probably put in some bank account. So find a way to save it, and then define where you want to put the business. I've been asked a question by some of you who have met Akina Bonke and Akina Rono, that is it best for you to start partnerships amongst your colleagues? I know you've sat with these people for 6 years. I know they could be honest. but your drive is different. So don't go picking your partner just the mere fact that you've been in the same medical groups from first year to sixth year. If you have to try it, please try with a partnership first. Don't go the company limited immediately. At least understand your partner's behavior. People love success. Nobody wants to go through the rough patch of making things successful. So as your friends, I'm not saying you distrust your colleagues, but you may get into, let's say today you come out, open a clinic, but you find your friend is just comfortable with whatever came at the end of the month, let's pocket it. But you may want to escalate it. So if you choose to be the path that I've chosen, of trying to build an institution like now have more clinics, bring in more doctors, increase our ability, then you have to look at the path of escalation. And at that point, now you have to really look at it like, if we have this business, we're seeing 10 patients in a day, and we want to bring in more machines, do we want to expand by improving our expertise, or do we want to go basic by just increasing the number of people we see, but focus on basic levels? So let me not bore you, let me not take too many times. But the bottom line of what I want to tell you is that all of you are capable. Your first starting point in life is the money you can save. You're not going to have any windfall. Let nobody lie to you. There's no I know everybody feels. Yesterday I was watching some YouTube video, if I may digress, that was saying that 80% of Americans who are between 20 to 40 years old, not 20 to 30 years old, believe they are going to be rich. 60% of Americans between 30 and 40 years old believe they are going to be rich. The number keeps going down by 10%. Those who are between 50 to 60, it comes to, I think, almost 40%. And then now beyond 40, people start saying that I will not be rich. Beyond 60, people now say that I've accepted I will not be rich. That was the answer. What I'm trying to tell you is there's no windfall coming your way. There's no someday that you're going to have some 10 million or 100 million, or your salary jumping from 100,000 to 2 million. It is your constant desire to improve on an everyday basis that will incrementally get you somewhere. The salary you're going to earn during your internship is not little. That salary can multiply into bigger things. I started working for the government when my net pay was 53,000 shillings. I keep telling my workers who now earn way more and probably think that I started from a bigger pay, that is 53K salary that I was earning that has built my clinic. Now I think we have around 30 staff in that clinic. And then now, they probably don't respect the value of the 10,000, the 20,000, the 50,000. Once you leave your internship, your salary is going to be erratic. You're probably going to do locums. So now that is where now the circle comes on board. The bank will ask you your ability to pay by producing your payslip. The circle will ask you how much have you saved. So if you want to go buy the Subaru and probably rave around the clubs, it's okay. It's a learning curve. Sometimes you may learn. But a few years down the line, you will look back and feel like I should have saved that money. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vitalis, for those wonderful pieces of advice. Allow me to recognize some guests who have arrived. We have with us Bishop Reverend Chris Atemo. We also have with us Pastor Martin Oyo from NBCC Kisumu branch. We also have a friend to us all the way from Nigeria, Hepzibah Francis. And then we also have a friend of mine, our mentor, Dr. Ida Wanjiku. So right now we will go all the way to Kemri and invite Dr. Masika to talk to us.
Thank you, Bonke, and congratulations to all of you, and good evening. My name is Masika. I work for the University of Nairobi
I collaborate with Kemri, but I cannot claim to work for them. I would like to share a few of my stories and maybe through those show you some of the options you have in research as young doctors. I remember in my second year in medical school, I was feeding or I was giving mice or rats muguka. This is cat the plant, not the animal. And this was my first say research project. It was not deliberate. It was very by chance that I met some friends who are doing this and I joined them, but I really enjoyed it. And I think for those who are planning to get into research, that is the first thing you need to find out. Do you have the interest in actually doing research? There have been a lot of people and speakers talking about challenges. You will find challenges in each and every job that you get into. What I've realized is that if you like what you're doing, the challenges are easier to surmount. So it is easier to wake up in the morning if you are doing what you like. After dealing with rats in second year, I went on for my electives in fourth year to Cambridge, and I put it here because this is where I learned the power of mentorship. And previously research used to look like an animal. To some people it looks like very mysterious. But the mentors I got at Cambridge, this was Welcome Trust in my fourth year, they broke it down in such a way that I got the confidence that this is something I can actually do. We went on to design a research project, collect data, analyze it, and write within 3 months. And that gave me the confidence that this is something that we could actually do. But I forgot about it, went on to my internship at Rift Valley Provincial General Hospital. I saw it was Dr. Mitei talking about Nakuru and Mamba, where we remember a lot of memories in internship. Trust you me, you are going to make many of those. They come naturally. And although I didn't do research at this point, the experience that I got from clinical care, from interacting with the health system, the strengths and the weaknesses, which are many, and also the experiences of patients, these were engraved in my mind. And right now, as I design other projects, because some of them need to occur at hospitals, I have this in mind, and it helps me to anticipate some of the problems or challenges that I will meet. So even if you're planning to get into research, you still need to have that clinical experience. In fact, some of the best researchers have combined clinical work with research to come out or to come up with very good solutions to existing problems. So don't feel like you can only take one monolithic path. In fact, research encourages you to break new barriers, to take new paths, and keep asking more questions that lead you to places where nobody has been before. As Vitaly said, we met 10 years ago. We met, I think, maybe 24 years ago. Yes. So he's probably the person I've known the longest here. And at the time we were meeting, I think you're moving too fast. The time we were meeting, we were with Vitalis, we were earning peanuts. So at that time, everybody was looking for a way out. I think my way out was AMPATH. So we can proceed. I think I can say just before AMPATH, I was thinking of becoming a cardiologist, maybe doing MPH, getting into clinical care with a bit of programs. At some point, that changed. And I think it's because I was exposing myself to different things and trying to learn what works for me. And when I landed at AMPATH, my experience with research was so enriching that I got the confidence to dive into research head on. Why? Because AMPATH is, for those who are not aware, an organization that provides care parts of Rift Valley, Western Kenya, and I think even now Nyanza, with research at the center of it, but also with clinical care for both infectious diseases, but also non-communicable diseases. And they do it so well that the contrast for me from where I was working in Nakuru and now in AMPATH was quite clear. And of course, there was a good check coming with it. I think that time it was about 3 times what the government was giving us. And I was encouraged to do a lot of self-directed learning, because the time was, I think we had Fridays free to study and to do other things. And so I discovered a lot of things that some of the speakers again have said. You cannot just have this surgical blade mind where you can only cut one plane. You need to have the entire field of the entire area you're working on. And for me, it was about exploring what the world was about, looking at global affairs, looking at things that one would consider probably useless, like Greek mythology, the history of Africa, Asia, and all this allow me to date, when I look at an issue, to have a global view. And I think the first speaker was Marie Claire, talked about acting locally but having this global view, because all the problems are interconnected. And if the solutions you choose are not going to fit within the bigger picture, then they will not last long. So I encourage you again, at any point that you have time, you can learn so much. I think in undergrad we really had as much internet as we do now. I think my first smartphone came in 5th year, final year, and it was a game changer. Before then, the phones we had were just for messages and phone calls, and maybe for those who used to play a game we used to call Snake. But now you have so much information on your phone, you can basically learn an entire degree on your phone, and that is something you should take advantage of, and especially in research. When I was in Ampath, that's the time I began to do self-directed learning in research, about research ethics, research methods, and that again showed me that I could actually do this. So if you like something, you can easily find an online course about it, anything, almost anything, including knitting, or the other day I was trying to see how to grow dates, you know, the palm, date palm. And that information is available. I was surprised, I didn't expect to find it. But what this assists me with is to explore a field before I dive in, and then I can find out what is this about. What are the areas, what are the things I'm going to learn, and what are the capabilities I need, and do I have the temperament for it? Because a lot of things that we can almost do anything if you have the right temperament for it. And so I encourage all of you to take that up and keep learning even when you're not in class officially. There's so much you can do. And so as I learned about research ethics and research methods, I got to the second thing that I really required for my research, besides the interest, was the how. And this is learning how to design research, how to conceptualize. I still remember the first time I could ask the right research question. And this was like almost similar to the first time I could do a CS on my own. And this was because all along I could look at issues, but I could never really see a research question in it or how to go about it. And so as I learned these methods, I was really excited because I could now look at a problem now and see probably this is 50 medical students. What can we ask them? Maybe what is your favorite unit? Please don't answer. And why do you like it? And that could inform the good professor here which unit is teaching, using which methods, and which methods are favorable to the students. I know right now there's been a lot of disruption with COVID and all the online things. Fortunately, we seem to be going back to the more acceptable ways of teaching. But at the end of the day, these changes are going to be here with us. And even as you go into practice, you'll find questions and challenges that you can actually solve because no one else has thought about them. And the decision I had to make at this point, as I was leaving Ampath after my 2 years, was what do I do? And of course, the expectation for masters at that point for most people is to do an M.Med or something that will lead you into clinical care. I still remember one of my mentors jokingly wanted to tear apart my, my recommendation, because I chose to do an MSc. And the reason I chose this was because it was giving me both the scientific bit of infectious diseases, which I was interested in, but also elements of health systems, public health, biostatistics, epidemiology, which I had realized that I would need if I was to do research. So again, I took the next step to solidify my knowledge in terms of research methods. And at this point, I think one of the things that I learned very well, and I encourage you to learn if you want to do research, is how to handle numbers. A lot of us get intimidated by statistics. They're actually quite simple if you put your mind to it. And without statistics, your research becomes a bit abstract. If you're able to break down your data, you are going to get insight that even if you gave it to a very highly professional statistician, they may not get that. Although, of course, there were very good statisticians who can help. If you don't have the time to learn it, of course, you can work with them. It doesn't mean that it's a zero-sum game. You either do it or you don't, and you can have a bit of both. Right now, I still work with statisticians, even though I can analyze my data, but it helps me to pick a data set, ask more questions about it, understand it, and most importantly, present it in a way that can be understood. So that's another skill I found quite useful. The stage came for me after my, say, master's, during which I did of course, my master's project. But interestingly, towards the end, I got hired. That is the time that we were applying for many jobs. I was resisting the temptation to apply to go back to a hospital. So I was applying for programs. Some counties at that time were hiring, and the universities. So eventually I got picked by a county, worked for 3 months as an epidemiologist, and then came back to the university. I think they called us after a year of waiting, as usual. In no hurry to hire, but when we got in, within a few months, one of the things that really motivated me was a student who I didn't know about from, I think, nursing, who came and asked me to mentor him in research. So I'm like, I'm trying to learn this thing, or I think I'm trying to learn it, and here is somebody who thinks I can teach. And because I saw the zeal in this guy's eyes and speech, I didn't want to let him down. So I said, let's dive in, picked one of the ideas. It was about assessing the use of mobile phones in medical students. Very simple study. I think it cost us maybe 20,000, 30,000 shillings. And that is the first time, the first time I got funding for a project. The first time I'd applied for funding, it failed, which is going to be a disappointment for many of you. I'll talk about this briefly. But the funding was around 30,000 shillings, the smallest grant I have ever gotten for research. But the paper we got out of it is still my most cited paper to date, meaning that even though the money was not an issue here, the impact it has probably had in literature is much bigger than some projects that have cost me millions. So what I learned here is that even as I mentor, I benefit. And so today, as I go into mentorship relationships, because I also do have mentors, at any point maybe 3, 4, 5 in different areas, I always ask myself, how do I benefit this mentor? In as much as I'm picking a lot from them, I want to see what can I contribute to make their life easier. And sometimes it's something you can do for them, like a task, and through that you learn. But also sometimes it's things they learn from you, because you may be an expert in a certain area and they're an expert in a different area. And so don't just look at mentorship as a one-way path. And in research, you're going to require mentors, because you will need to learn things that you haven't done before. And it's much easier. I am happy to see my colleague Helen, who works at Cambridge, proper, not an imposter like me, is mentoring already a few students. So you need such people who are interested in research to get in touch with people like Helen. And that way you learn by doing, because research, in as much as there's a lot of things you can learn online, you still need to do so that you can remember and so that you can practice and perfect. So at that point, as I was getting probably transitioning from master's into a job, I was looking at many options. And what I would like to tell you is that you do not necessarily need to work at a research institution or an academic like myself to do research. You can do research within your area. My colleague here, Vitalis, can do research in his many clinics. You can do research in administration. You can do research in a clinic or in a ward. All this is important. And in fact, because you have access to data, you might be able to ask much better questions than somebody who is sitting in a lab or somewhere else with very little exposure to real life challenges. And for that reason, I always try to expose myself to a lot of challenges in different hospitals. I travel quite around to different counties and facilities so that I can see what they deal with every day. I realized much earlier that I enjoy research much more than clinical care. You do not have to enjoy research more than clinical care. You can enjoy both, or you can enjoy clinical care more and still do good research. So find your path, find what works for you, and follow it, and see if what it leads you to. I see we're already at the end. But before we get to the end, one of the other skills, remember we talked about research methods, research ethics, and numbers. Now, one of the things that I think all of us in research need to learn is resource mobilization. And resource mobilization means you have to find the money to fund your ideas. Even with very good ideas, without the money, you can't do much. Unfortunately, our country hasn't been very good at funding research, despite, except of course the institutes that they fund, Kefri, Cambridge, and what have you. There are few opportunities, so you have to compete globally for funding. And yes, there is money, but you have to work for it. And that's another skill that you need mentors to learn with or to learn from. So be ready to do it. And once you master it, then you can almost pursue any idea in research that you need to. So I think I'll stop there. I will be, you can go to the last slide now that you wanted to finish. These are my areas of interest. I'm always available for consultation or in questions if you want. You can get me by LinkedIn most easily. And so if you have issues and you want to get in research, I know there are not going to be many of you, of course, because at this point in internship, there are other priorities. But if you do, then you can get in touch with me. You notice that I've put here infections, because in research, you can't just do research in everything. And so I've selected a few areas that I've continually grown myself in, including infectious diseases and One Health. So I deal with a lot of animal, bats, rodents, mosquitoes, and cows and goats and camels, because all these infections affect us. So you need to find your own area, if it is cancer, if it is diabetes, hypertension, surgery, whatever it is that you like. And then as you perfect it, you can also work on your research skills. So I wish you all the best as you move into your next phase. The future, of course, can only get better. You're done with the toughest bit of your life, I guess. And I still recall my most memorable period in medical school was that day in 5th year, which was our final year, that we saw our names listed and we could finally move into the world and become doctors. So congratulations. It is a pleasure to be here today. And I would like to end with, I think it was Bonke or Rono who quoted Dr. Bita. I am happy to be associated with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Masika. For some long time, and you need some 2-hour turning, otherwise we'll develop bed sores. Yeah, because we've been here for almost that time. Great. Just do a jog. Just a jog. Yes. Yeah, you look so good from here. You don't want to believe it, but I'm telling you. Yes. Even as you do that jog. Wonderful. Now let's sit. And as we sit, Cosmos to do it in 2 minutes. And then if you exceed the 2 minutes, you'll see me standing next to you.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Distinguished guest of honor, our CS Minister of Health, President of KMA, Maseno University School of Medicine, faculty, dean, all protocols, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. My name is Susan Okoma. I'm the Regional Marketing Manager for Cosmos. And I would like to take this opportunity first to congratulate the students who are the doctors who are stepping into the world. And this has taken me back into so many years when I graduated. And I don't think we had anything like this. This is so fancy. You guys are very lucky to have this. So please enjoy the moment. Take the advice. This is a lot of advice you're getting. And don't take it for granted. I'm taking notes. So I know we are pressed for time. So I would like to take this opportunity just to take you through a short presentation about Cosmos. So who's Cosmos? We are a local manufacturer of generic medicine, and we are WHO compliant, and we have a European PIC certification. So we have our factory located in industrial area in Nairobi, off Lunga Lunga Road. It's called Rangwe Road. And why I'm telling you where the location is because we're encouraging you to come and actually see where we're manufacturing this medicine and actually see the kind of investment that we've put in to ensure that we are getting quality medicine locally. And if you've interacted with Cosmos products, especially diabetes, we are very big in diabetes. I can bet you at least each of you, a relative of yours, is on Cosmos medication. Do we agree? Yes? We've touched many lives, and that is our aim, to ensure we have universal health coverage by the kind of products we're giving, which are affordable and they're available locally. That's our founder, Dr. Prakash Patel. And unfortunately, we lost, just go back to him. Unfortunately, we lost him in March. Dr. Prakash Patel was 93 years old. And he used to take Cosmos medicine. and he had such a passion to ensure we have local manufacturing in Kenya. He was a pharmacist who had 3 registrations. He was a pharmacist in India, he was a pharmacist in the UK, and he was also a pharmacist in Kenya. And in Kenya, he was like PPB number 3. He was the 3rd pharmacist to be registered in Kenya. So he had a passion, and if I may just give you some inspiration, Cosmos has been around for 44 years now. And would you like to guess when he started Cosmos? At 55 years. 55 years. So if that's any inspiration to get, it's possible. You can start at any time. It's never too late. And now Cosmos, I can tell you proudly, we are the #1 local manufacturing company. And thanks to you all who have used Cosmos products in one way or another. So we are very proud that you've helped us walk this journey. And why we are here today is also to help you walk this journey. And we want to handhold you. So we have some gifts there that we will give you. Stethoscopes, you heard people talk about Litman. Yeah, so that's one thing we know that is very key for you. And when you leave here, we want you to remember who was with you right from the beginning of the journey. And this is not the end. We'll still be interacting with you wherever you'll be. So with that much fun, I'll encourage you to just go, if you Google Cosmos Pharmaceutical, visit our website and get to see the kind of range of products that we have. And I'll just finally play a short clip. If you can just put for me the clip, that will be the end of my presentation, just to a quick overview of who we are and a bit of just a short clip of the company, the factory. So please allow me to indulge you with that. Thank you.
We are the heartbeat of technology with our finger on the pulse. We are the heartbeat of technology with our finger on the pulse of healthcare that has significantly impacted our region.
Cosmos was started by my father, Prakash Patel, who is also a pharmacist. And then he decided early in the 70s and 80s that he had a desire to make Kenya self-sufficient in medicines. At that time, Kenya was importing a lot of medicines, yeah? So in 84, we started manufacturing at the present premises, yeah? That's when I came back from England. My background is also a pharmacist. My father decided that we needed to attack 3 pandemic diseases of Kenya that was faced, yeah? So first and foremost was malaria, second was TB, and later on came HIV. And at the same time, look at essential medicines, because he said this is what Africa is going to need, this is what Kenya is going to need, and we need to do something for the people.
Cosmos has always been a company focused on quality. It's the foundation stone of this company. And I think, 30 years, 40 years on from when the company started, we've achieved that.
Cosmos operates a literal world-class facility with a total built-up area above 300,000 square feet, 5 manufacturing blocks, warehouse with over 180 API and 6,000 SKUs, on-site finished goods marketing and administration offices, staff canteen, and 24-hour operation. Our production capacity is quite wide, with over 1 billion tablets manufactured annually and 20 million packs of medicines sold annually. In addition to being recognized by the Pharmaceutical Society of Kenya and the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, Cosmos also has USAID, WHO, GMP, and European Pharmaceutical Inspection Corporation Scheme (PICS). Our current therapeutic areas of manufacturing specialization include diabetes, hypertension, antibiotics, anti-inflammatory, HIV, TB, cough and cold,
and parting shot is buy Kenya, build Kenya. We are a Kenyan company who employs over 500 people, including myself, who are Kenya. So please support us. Thank you.
That was so clever. Thank you. So we are going to have the president of KMA come in next. He is very sharp. He's already here. Thank you.
I'll reverse the protocol and congratulate the graduating class of Maseno
School of Medicine. Congratulate yourself. Piga makofi. The government of Kenya, CAS, Mas Wangangi. The county government of Kisumu. The faculty, Prof. Ogendo was my lecturer before he bolted to Kisumu. I'm from the University of Nairobi. Gynecologist there, the table, very important to recognize. And the team here from. I'll be very short. I want to thank all of you for having voted me as the president of Kenya Medical Association. It was a stiff competition. My competitor is the very able Dr. Were Onyino, and it was literally 50 plus 1. So that shows the capability of leadership that we have as an association. When you have competition that is stiff like that, that means that all of you must join Kenya Medical Association. The pay bill number is 645645 Mtoy. It's only 5,500, as Dr. Mitei has said. I was inspired to join Kenya Medical Association in the year 2000 when I was finishing medical school, becoming an intern. I rode in a vehicle with the chairman then of Kenya Medical Association, Dr. James Nyikal. We went to Uganda, played some football as young people, and 22 years later, I'm the president of Kenya Medical Association. I think it goes without saying that the association is a place where you meet the whole range from the young to the old, and where the whole fraternity means I'm a beneficiary of having interacted with a whole range of doctors through the association. So I'm here today to pitch for the association, and I did a video. I was the producer of a video called KMA at 50. Part of the reason in 2018, when Kenya Medical Association was 20 years old, for making this video, the inspiration was that every time I listen to doctors in each generation, they think they are the ones who did it, you know? So sometimes it's good just to put in context. You see that there's a repeat every year. Akina Prof. Ogendo were on strike in 1971. It was 71, eh? There was another strike in 1981. There was another strike in 1992. There was no strike in the decade 2000 to 2010 because the Kenya Medical Association used what government likes, negotiation and diplomacy. So when George Gott says his first salary was 40,000, mine was 10,000. So when it was 10,000, Dr. James Ngikal and the team and the executive, Nyaim, Dr. Kilonzo, did a proposal to government. And that proposal increased my salary fourfold. So when Vitalis comes in at 40,000 shilling, it was the proposal by Kenya Medical Association in the year 2001, 2002 that increased the salary of a doctor from 10,000, what I was earning, to 40,000. So leo niko na serikali. You do not need to strike for you to get good things, right? To them proposals, they'll accept. And with that, I want to, I think we should be eating when people are talking. So I don't know, I propose that we get food and then we continue with speeches. But thank you very much. Now, join KMA.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kigondu. And at this time, I think we are really nearing the end of the program. I'll want to break all the protocol today and invite my dean to come and speak. And then thereafter, invite the deputy governor to give his remarks.
Good evening. Just before I get to the official part, just for the record, 1971 I was in Form 3. Chief guest, Kas Mwangangi, Deputy Governor Matthew Zowili, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols observed. Before I make any comments, I would like to point out that I carry the apologies of the Vice Chancellor. He would have liked to come, but unfortunately his office, like a lot of government offices, sometimes you're given meetings or other activities to attend, and they're given to you at very short notice. So he has an 8 o'clock meeting tomorrow in Nairobi, and he had to depart. I think time has become an issue. I had a few things I wanted to say, but it looks like, firstly, a lot of them have been said, and secondly, people look very hungry at the moment, and they would like to get on with the other activities and eat. So what I would like to do is just to point out page number 4 of the booklet. This is a group who, of course, joined. This is the class of 2022, who, of course, joined us 6 years ago. They have gone through the medical school with all the problems that appertain. Of course, first year, I think we all remember our first year in medical school. You're looking at the competition, and you say, that guy doesn't look dressed properly. I'm sure I'm going to beat him. This guy, But then you discover looks or appearances are not always as they seem. You heard it said, medical school is an equalizer. First year is always a challenge, and I think that is because you're getting your feet. But after first year, things pick up. And that is where now you get to the situation where people stand out and they do certain things over and above others depending on their areas of interest. And on page 4, we see the team that is responsible for having us here today. They walked into my office, I don't remember how many months ago, and they proposed this event. And if I remember right, my first question was, what was your vision for this event? And they seem to have thought it through. And because of their thoughts and their planning, we are here today. And I would like to congratulate them as a team. Maybe they can just stand up and wave. For the effort you have put in. Let's see you. These are the gentlemen and ladies who came into my office and proposed, and they did it all by themselves. Thank you very much. You have really done a wise job, a good job. And if you look on the program, it is called the Emergent Health Professional Preparing for Practice and Beyond. I am not going to repeat everything that has been said. I'll just be like a parrot. But I would like to say that you have been given a lot of very good advice. And that advice is what is going to lead you through up to your retirement. Nobody has talked about retirement. But believe you me, from my personal experience, retirement is going to come fast. It starts with a wife or a husband. Then it goes to firstborn, secondborn, maybe third, fourth, possibly fifth, I don't know. When your firstborn reaches high school, if you haven't acted on all those financial issues and those planning issues and so forth, things start becoming a little bit tricky. So please, please, I hope you are taking notes, whether mentally or however you take notes. What you have been advised about is really critical. Yes, plan your future. Whether you become a surgeon, a physician, a researcher, that's up to you. At the end of the day, you're going to be serving Kenyans. And I think that that is what is important. So please, yes, you are leaving here today, you're graduating the class of 2022. We are all congratulating you. And we all have best wishes for you. But you need to plan your life also. For those of you who want to come back to postgraduate, Maseno has a lot to offer. We have quite a few postgraduate programs, and we welcome you with open arms. Of course, these programs, we don't do them alone, as you know. We are in collaboration with a lot of partners. Our first partner, of course, is the county, who give us the use of their facility. But the point I'm trying to make is, we are going to welcome you all back. Please, I may not, as an individual, remember all of you. Thanks to Dr. Bitter, I don't go to class that much. He kept me out. So I spend most of my time in the dean's office. But you'll be surprised, I know a lot of you by name on paper. But please, whatever the case may be, you are welcome back. I do not want to take too much time. Mine was just to congratulate you, to welcome the guests. And I would just like to make one personal comment. You've been given a lot of good advice. But the one advice I'm going to give you, that first salary, I don't know how much it's going to be. For me, it was 2,200 shillings. That was my first salary. But whatever you earn, please buy an envelope, a respectable envelope. Just take a piece of paper, write a note, and say, thank you for everything. Put your money in it and give it to your mom. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. I told you he speaks so highly of me. And when he said retirement is coming, I really understand that because I came into med school with an intact hairline. Yes. So at this point, I would like to take the honor to invite our Deputy Governor, Dr. Matthews Owili, to address us.
So thank you very much. This guy deserves another round of applause. So we are privileged today to host in the county of Kisumu, of course, courtesy of the finalists at the medical school at Maseno, the CS of the Ministry of Health, Dr. Mercy Mwangangi, and my very good friend, the technical advisor in that office, Dr. Hazel Nomolo. Of course, the leadership of the premier university in the region, the dean, our very good friend, Professor Ogendo. We have so many invited guests here today. We have those from the industry, and of course, we have our consultants. I've seen quite a number of them, and I recognize all of them who are here today to be part and parcel of this great occasion. Professor Peter Anyang' was meant to be here this evening. You all know that, there's a transition at the Council of Governors. He chairs the Health Committee. He was meant to be talking about UHC here, a shared responsibility. We may not be able to do it today, but I know we'll get another time to be able to share on that. Or maybe Cass has something about that she'll be able to talk about. But then that transition is happening tomorrow. There's a transition tomorrow. They're having their final meeting with the outgoing governors, and there are very few of them who are remaining. Quite a number of governors actually, transiting. They've done their 2 terms, and those of them who are doing their 2nd term, I think, not many of them are very keen. But he went there, and he asked me to bring to you, the graduates, his apology, and he said that I hold brief for him, and I hope that is acceptable. Now, there's quite a bit that, it's like a lecture, man. I mean, and I was sharing my colleagues on that table that it's long since we sat, in a room like this, and very useful, lectures and, sharing and all that kind of thing. And we have also benefited, so to speak. But allow me on behalf of the governor, on my own behalf, and on behalf of the county government of Kisumu, to congratulate all those of you who have made it to the list. I am told we'll know that tomorrow. But we believe all of you will make the list. Just make sure you graduate, eh? And when you're graduating, also make sure you take a picture with your colleague. That may be important. And if you think it is not, ask Sakaja. So congratulations for making the list. We know, all of us, that going through the medical course is not a walk in the park. Yeah? So congratulations. And just like many of those who spoke to you before me have said, I mean, life is just beginning for you. I think as a doctor, learning never ends. Okay? Even if you have to think more about, you know, even if you want to make money, many people have talked to you about making money. You see, the pastors will tell you money is evil. Cynthia? One of my, oh, well, maybe not you. But sometimes they say that, by the way. They also say it's the root cause of all evil. Yeah, but one of my mentors in the industry told me, if it is true that money is evil, then I need that evil in my pocket. Yeah, so congratulations. As a county, of course, you know that health is devolved. If you look at the Schedule 4 of the Kenyan Constitution, many functions in that sector are actually devolved to counties. We still have a big issue with human resources at counties, not just in Kisumu, elsewhere. Actually, I wish that, there was a promise. I wish they promised really to employ all doctors instead even of employing all teachers, because the need in our health facilities are very acute, okay? But that is coming. It depends also on the choices that we make when we do so in the coming month. And I think one of the tragedies is that sometimes you elect people who do not understand a thing about health at the helm of counties. And we have countless examples, okay? So, of course, there's a conversation that is ongoing, and we hope that, we make the right choices when that time comes. Earlier, when I was sharing with Professor Ogendo, he was asking why counties cannot, for example, train their own doctors or some specialists, so to speak. I know that we have, given out bursaries in the county of Kisumu alone in excess of 800 million. But for those who are in vocational training centers, those who are in high school, and those in universities. But then there's a promise, that's why I'm saying that we need to make very informed choices, that we will have free education from ECD to university. Okay, meaning that you're not going to expect any fees if Azimio comes to power on, actually not even if, when they come to power on 9th of August. But then that may allow us some money, okay, that can now be invested. And I think, it's a conversation we've had for a very, very long time. And I think it is time, if it is true, and I hope it is, that the burden of payment of school fees in secondary school, university, and colleges is taken over by the government, then counties may have money to think about training more specialists, okay? Or, across the board. You may find that in some counties, we have specialists that are lacking, okay? So that's something that I think counties may need to consider going forward. But again, also, we will be, hopefully, reviving the conversation about, who really should employ the healthcare professionals, okay? There was talk about the National Health Commission. And I'm hoping, okay, in my view, okay, that's a conversation that should be concluded, okay? Because I think counties are still so rudimentary in structure, such that expecting them to deal with a complex matter as health, especially the human resource component of it and training, is really too much, okay, if you come to think about it. You like that? But back in the county of Kisumu, we are also hoping that in the coming year, we get a level 6 facility. JOTRH actually needs to move to a level 6 facility. Now that, of course, will come with many benefits, as you all know. Because, we have medical schools here, okay? Maseno being the #1 medical school. And by the way, congratulations for being voted the best medical school in East Africa. I think that was about 2 years ago, 1.5 years ago. Congratulations. I hope that is still maintained. Now, for you to maintain that position, we need a proper teaching facility. Now, with that elevation, we are sure that the investments from Dr. Mwangangi's office, okay, into that facility may just give us the much needed, space that we need to train the specialists. Of course, we have the trauma center at Nyabondo. Okay, by all standards, I think that should be our next level 5 facility if JOTRH was to be taken over. And in terms of employment, if JOTRH was to be taken over, then you can imagine how many more people the county can be able to absorb. So there is hope at the end of the what? Of the tunnel. Okay? So you go, make your money, do your practice, but remember one thing, the choices that we make next month on the 9th will have a lot of impact on your practice, will have a lot of impact on whether you get absorbed or not, will have a lot of impact on whether you'll have facilities where you practice and all that kind of thing. So let's take it seriously when that finally comes, okay? Of course, I am, you know what? Well, somebody said they're opinionated, eh? I also have an opinion about the next phase. Okay, we need to ask ourselves whether the Ruto Gachagua axis, okay, sitting as the president and deputy president would make sense, or whether it is ile serikali ya baba na mama. I've not seen Dr. Bingo here today. We went to school together with him. I'm not sure if we took a picture, but we made our first million together with him after. And I think he's not here. He works for Radiance. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us be all upstanding as we welcome our chief guest for today, Dr. Mercy Mwangangi, to now come and address you. Karibu sana.
So because of time, I'm going to keep this really, really short, and I'll jump straight into the remarks that have been prepared, recognizing Dr. Matthews Owili, the Deputy Governor of Kisumu County. He's been a consistent friend. I think I met you, Governor, before I was cast, when we were planning the UHC pilot project years ago, and he's consistently been a supporting partner for us in the Ministry of Health. I would like to then really recognize and appreciate Prof. Ogendo. You know, Prof doesn't know, but one of the persons who sent me outside of a KNH cardiothoracic ward was Prof, because my lab coat was full of stethoscopes and formularies, and he didn't like it. And you know, Prof, we've worked together. Many people don't know. Since that time, I remember thinking, what is this cardiothoracic stuff, and what does it have to do with the lab coat I'm wearing? But you did send me out of that ward. And I came back with a clean lab coat that had fewer books and formularies, and we did our round. And I must say, I appreciate the work ethic that Prof has, because it continues on. Just, I think 4 months ago or 3 months ago, we were working together on what was known as the Human Resources for Health Conference in Mombasa. And Prof was fantastic. He chaired the abstract committee, and we did a fantastic, fantastic job where we drew in 26 countries into Kenya to discuss human resources for health. And I was the chair of that committee. I didn't send him out of the room because of our lab coats this time round, but we were together and we delivered. And thank you, Prof. And we have a lot of work that we are doing. I think, you know, we have a task force, you know, that will soon be gazetted, and there's a lot of work that we'll be doing with Prof. So thank you so much. And I'm always humbled when I work with my teachers, and they continue to guide and inspire me. Let me also appreciate Dr. Kigondu. He was here. Yes, yes. Dr. Kigondu is a fantastic friend and ally. I must say, again, we met some time back before I was cast, working in terms of trying to improve the health sector. He's continued to challenge me. Many times when something happens in the ministry or in the health sector, I expect a text from him. Most of the time, it's one poking me and saying, really, seriously, you guys? But we enjoy that cordial relationship together, and it gets us moving. Sometimes we move the needle a little bit, 1 degree forward, and we appreciate that movement. And I do appreciate the work that he does, and congratulations as the new president of KMA. A lot is expected of you, and again, we'll be working together in that journey. I would like to also appreciate everyone who's come in front of us today and talked to us. Vitalis, many of you, I know your story in the backgrounds, we've heard your names, and we thank you so much for the work that you've done for us. In terms of today, I'd want to definitely congratulate this class of 2022. You guys have reached a milestone in your lives, 51 of you. Again, I'm hoping we all appear on the list tomorrow. And even for those who do not appear on the list, that is not the end of the world. If all of our stories, if everyone who's come here today and said something, they can tell you, guys, the milestones and the journey is so long and winding that today is a significant day, but it's also quite insignificant in your life. And I can tell you there's a lot that you'll go through. And so for those who need to either go back, do it again, or need to sit down and do something to complete the journey, it's not a big deal, really. Like I can tell you, and I have many, many witnesses in the spaces that I work in of people who've had to do it a second round or a third round or had a fourth go to eventually get to the next line of work and frame of life. I would like to, of course, congratulate this university. We were part of the team that was inspecting universities with Mr. Yumbia, Dr. Ivan Jenga, and the previous chair of the council. And I do remember at that time, my own university, UON, didn't make the cut. In fact, there was a lot of noise that time in terms of the competencies of medics who come from UON. And to see that Maseno, was able to come, as the first university, and to then meet the teams behind Maseno and to see their passion. Guys, I think you really need to appreciate your dean. He said, appreciate your mother, but if I was you guys, I'd grab an envelope and I'd put 1,000 bob and leave it in the dean's office, together with your VC, of course, because they have really made you people to be adept doctors. And this is so resounding and true in so many ways. 2 weeks ago, I was called by one of the members of cabinet, and their mother had some challenge with their stomach. And they went to the premier hospital in the country, the hospital that makes most of the revenue in this country, top revenue earner in the country. And they were attended to in the outpatient department by 2 medical officers, as per the protocols of management in that hospital. And the mother was told she has H. pylori, and she was told, go home. Here are the meds, here's your kit, blah, 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 take your kit, go home, you'll be good. And a week later, the daughter noted that there was distension in the stomach, very, very distended. And they called me and they're like, hey, Cass, we need you to give us a good physician, someone who can figure this out. And so I referred them to a physician that I know. And the first thing, after they went and had their consult, the physician calls me and tells me, hey, doc, this is ascites. And 2 medical officers earning, I'm sure, not 2,000 or 4,000 or 10,000 or 53,000, have essentially diagnosed this mother as having H. pylori, and they told her to go home. Now, of course, we had to then, try and, figure out what was going on. This was ovarian CA, stage 2, ascites, and 2 doctors, 2 MOs missed it. In the top revenue earning hospital in this country, and no Kenyan is bigger or smaller than any, but this was a cabinet secretary whose mother had essentially stayed for another week at home. They have resources, they have opportunity, to be able to get the best of care in the country, but 2 MOs missed that. Of course, right now we are happy we're able to manage the patient and they're going through, the different courses of management. But I was faced with a decision of, okay, in consultation with this cabinet secretary, do we go after these 2 MOs? Do we go after this hospital? What do I do? Do I tell Yumbia to go check into this? Do I even perhaps institute a mentorship program? And so really the value, and I'm trying to tell you as doctors, you have such a grave responsibility, such a grave responsibility to the citizens of this country, that while I appreciate that today we've all stood here and discussed money and retirement, the responsibility really is on a life. And we cannot take that for granted, guys. We cannot. And don't force yourself into a space of practice if you feel that's not the space of practice that you want to be in. And as we speak right now, I've had a call with the CEO. you know, and we are trying to figure out how to handle that situation in the best way possible, and not necessarily to go put sanctions for the doctors, but really, guys, how do you tell a patient H. pylori will give you a distended stomach, go home, and it's ascites? I do not practice, but I'm one of the amorphous. Don't even ask me about a cold. I don't know anymore. I don't practice, but I do remember distinctly how to do a clerkship. Distinctly, guys. And I think I can still manage to diagnose ascites and even perhaps even do a tap. I can still practice to that level. Guys, you have a severe responsibility to the Kenyans to be able to give them good service. And guess what, guys? If you don't know, if you're not able to understand, if you're not able to do that diagnosis, it is not shameful to ask for a second, third, fourth, fifth opinion. Gone are the days that we were heroes as doctors. A month ago, I was in Geneva for the World Health Assembly. And every time we have the World Health Assembly, we have Davos that goes hand in hand with the World Health Assembly. If you Google, you'll see what all these are. When I was in med school, when I graduated, I didn't know what all these were, but they're important for you. In Davos, we were being shown IBM Watson machines. Essentially, if everything goes the way it will go, a time will come where we will be replaced as doctors. You get what I mean? There are already machines that are 10, 100 times more competent than you in diagnosis as we speak today. You get what I mean? There's already a program that is 10, 15 times better than you. And that should not make you feel bad. It should essentially make you realize that perhaps your skills are in then crowdsourcing information and not thinking that you're a hero or that you know everything. And therefore, in consulting, I think that's absolutely crucial as doctors, if I can share with you. Many other times, I have doctors calling me, I have my case with Yumbia, please do something, please check, doc, this went wrong this way, this went wrong that way. And you may say that sometimes us as doctors are not helping our fellow people in our craft, but guys, it's an absolute disservice for someone to go home thinking they have H. pylori and you are unable to diagnose ascites. It is wrong, it is unacceptable. And I would be amongst the first stone throwers. You understand? And that's the first message. And I know it's not the happy, yay, let's be doctors. It's not the message you'd be expecting to hear right now, but you have an absolute responsibility. Tomorrow or whenever you're given that check and certificate, just know now you have lives in your hands and you need to consult. Now, the other thing that's very, very important that I always share and we discuss with Kigondu and other doctors is that you're a whole person. I think I saw someone here projecting Ikigai. Who's read the book? Has someone read the Ikigai book? Guys, you have to find spaces beyond the Chauresia books that you've been reading for the past 5 years or 6 years. You have to find spaces to open up your mind. As they always say, and it's a cliche, and it's such a cliche, but it's so true, you've been given the power to read. And you're probably at now 2% or 1%. Go beyond, think beyond the medicine, explore and build yourself in terms of all the other areas where you can grow and learn. I like that someone said here you can actually self-read and self-direct and self-grow. Where I trained for my master's, there were 2 options in terms of PhD programs. You could do the PhD program where you have, a supervisor-guided PhD program. That's the normative PhD program. Or you could do a self-taught PhD program. But the number of publications that you do and the authenticity and credibility of those publications. And I remember in my university, it's similar to an Ivy League where I studied. It had to be about 25 papers for you to be able to actually get to the point where they say, we now then confer to you a PhD. I did not bother applying to that program. But here I am. But that's what I'm trying to tell you guys. The sources of information are so many in the internet. If you really, really, really want to learn, the opportunities are there. And again, you owe a responsibility to yourself as an individual to grow yourself each year, each day, each new time. I remember when Waziri Mutai gave me the responsibility of doing the COVID news 2 years ago. I thought, okay, yes, I know how to break down the viruses, virology, and describe what's going on, at least to the level we knew then of what COVID was. But I remember thinking, I've never been trained in communications. Remember, he owns a PR company. He is a communicator. That's how he makes his money. And his company does very well. So he knows how to engage people and talk to them. On top of that, he's a politician. So here I am, a doctor, and he's giving me this responsibility. Guess what I did? I had to enroll to Strathmore Business School, night classes to study communication and public speaking, behavior change communication. And so sometimes when you see that success out there, it's not that I knew how to hold a microphone. I had to be taught. I had to push myself. And sometimes I'd want to skip class. We'd had a rough day in the office. Probably Hezron could not even face me because I've screamed at him that day in the office. But I still had to put in the effort to be able to get a few more skills in terms of communication. Guys, the learning never ends. Never be fooled. Oh my God, the learning never ends. And the learning is not necessarily normative in terms of book and paper. It is learning by experience. It is learning by observership. It is learning by throwing yourself into different situations that train you to be who you're destined to be. One of my mentors, of which, guys, you have to have mentors. And sometimes a mentor is not necessarily the person who's older, 10, 20, 30, 40 years than you. It can't even be amongst yourselves in your classes. One of my mentors is the former Prime Minister of Australia, Julie Bishop. And when I met her, one of the things she was telling us during my training was, you know, you've got to have, because she was asking me what you do, and I'm like, oh, I'm a doctor, and now I'm trying to be a health economist, and And she's like, oh, really? And what are the other 3 things you're going to do? And I thought, no, this is it. Doctor, health economist, done. Maybe mother, girlfriend, I don't know, slay queen, other things. But, doctor, health economist, done. And she said, oh, no, you need 3 more. That in your life, you have to at least have had 5 basic iterations of your career. You get what I mean? So some of you are starting here, MBCHB. I've seen what Vitalis has done. We've seen what the researcher has done. You have to be thinking and perhaps, should I say, allowing grace in your life that you will have iterations of your career. As I stand here, I'm still looking for what my 3rd, 4th, next, 6th, 7th gig will be. And I can tell you, with all the mentors who I hang around with, I don't meet Julie Bishop often, but I can tell you she moved on from Prime Minister. She was a lawyer first, Prime Minister. And last year in Glasgow, when I'd gone for the climate change conference, I walked into a room and Kemri Wellcome Trust wanted to have a meeting with myself, a bilateral meeting with the head of the delegation from Kenya. And I walk into the room and I see Julie Bishop. I'm like, oh my God, Julie, what are you doing here? And she tells me, oh, now I'm the chair of Kemri Wellcome Trust. Or rather, the guys who fund all these people who are saying who are given grants and they're never really given grants. She's the person who signs the checks, And you can imagine this is her other, I don't know, what iteration of her career, and she's doing it. So guys, don't be bound. Don't be narrow-minded. Don't think small. Don't, tether yourself into an area. The opportunities are so many, are so immense, and they're there for the taking. You just have to jump in. Everyone has discussed entrepreneurship. Everyone has discussed all the opportunities that are bound, MEd, MSc, public health. I love what one speaker said. You're allowed to do what you want, when you want, how you want, do it. There are times I've had considerations of, should I go for MEd? There are times I've had considerations of, should I go do a PhD? But let me tell you, one of the things that one uncle has always said, one of my friend's uncle has always said, that there's no right or wrong decision. There's just a decision, and you follow that path. As I stand here, I've been an entrepreneur, I've owned a hospital, and then I've closed the hospital. And some people may not know that. And I lost a lot of money, I burnt a lot of money. Why? Because I was doing what people call phone farming. I don't know who are telephone farmers here. You tell someone to run your greenhouse of tomatoes and you keep calling, Zimeiva, ziko wapi? And you think the tomatoes are being grown. And soon enough you realize there's no produce. I was a hospital administrator, owner, entrepreneur by the phone. I was in Nairobi doing things in the office. And I gave a chunk of my money to some colleagues in the fraternity, and it all went to dust. But as we speak today, now, I'm a car saleswoman. I sell cars in entrepreneurship. And that's doing great. I don't know, perhaps, I think I had someone say they have 30 employees. Maybe I triple or quadruple you. I don't know. But what I'm trying to tell you guys as young people, the opportunities are there in so many, many diverse spaces. All you have to do is grab them. And as I conclude and come to the end of this speech, there's so much I'd want to share with you. I'm very passionate about mentorship. I'm here today because someone believed in me, because someone opened, should I say a window? It wasn't a door, but a window, and allowed me to be in that space. And I then grabbed the opportunity. And so on my Twitter, Dr. Mercy Health, I usually have many people who are always DMing me in terms of opportunities, observerships, and we ran that with Hezron. We're able to support people, direct people. If you want to hook up with researchers, I know a bunch of them. Come to me, I'll hook you up. If you want to hook up with cardiothoracic surgeons, I know one here. So come to me and I'll connect you in those spaces and circles that you're interested in through Twitter. The last thing though is self-care. Many of us doctors sort of leave this space of medicine with an inculcated sort of God complex. We're supposed to be the richest guys in the family. We're supposed to be the smartest. We're supposed to be the ones who handle everything. And we forget to take care of ourselves. Dear young doctors who are starting this journey, self-care is absolutely crucial. You guys are finishing off. You've been studying. If you guys don't have a plan of self-care in the next 1 week, you're already starting life on the wrong foot. And self-care can be anything to you that you feel gives you some form of mental peace and composure. Find it. Is it running? Is it swimming? Is it what? Is it talking to someone? Is it reading? Is it praying? Is it, I don't know, going to the shrine? Whatever it is, find it and practice it consistently. We've lost too many doctors who've passed on and left us in different ways, some out of burnout, some out of issues in terms of suicide, mental health problems, many of who I know personally, some who I don't know of. And the saddest thing is the story always goes like this. This very, very smart doctor, this very smart, oh my God, she was so smart. She did this and she did that, or he was so smart and, he was doing MED, or he was where, or he was cutting what, and he was so smart. And then, he succumbed to mental health issues. Guys, that is absolutely crucial. What you're doing here, walking around as a doctor, is just an eighth of your life. There's so many other facets that you need to take care of, including your family, your own personal health, your community's personal health. You have to pay it forward, guys. That's also very important. Your own spirituality of whatever you believe in, it's important. My last one, and I've become a politician in the past 2 years, but my last one is that when I look, and I've shared this with Kigondo many times, when I look at the spaces that I sit in, one of the, should I say, disservices that we're doing to ourselves as doctors is always having the stethoscope as a choke. It's like we're mbuzis. That stethoscope has nyonga, that's where you nyonga a buzi at home. Those of you who keep mbuzis. You know how you tether a goat? Who has tethered a goat? Anyway, I'm from Ukambani, goats are big to us. So we tether goats. That stethoscope sometimes has acted as a tether for us when it comes to our thinking, when it comes to our lobbying, when it comes to our negotiation skills. And the weirdest thing is that I have never seen a group of whiners as much as I've seen doctors. We whine, but we whine silently, quietly. We whine, and then we think we are so entitled or we deserve the world to just automatically fall into place for ourselves. That's not going to happen. And the other sad thing that I've noticed and I recognize, and it's happening and it's a wave, and we can't wish it away, what we need to do is recognize it and learn how to then adapt to it, is that increasingly the feeling is, and not just in Kenya, but increasingly the feeling is that a doctor must not head a hospital. A doctor must not be the minister. A doctor must not be the CEO. A doctor must not be, and that's okay. It's important to appreciate that. But if you want to then protect your field, what does that mean then of the doctors that are there, like yourselves, young ones, who are about to get into the field? Find a way, if your interest is to be that CEO, if your interest is to be that minister, if your interest is to be that med soup, then find a way of how you're able to be then 10 points higher when it comes to the recruitment of that individual. And that's really important. I can tell you right now, just being a surgeon, wink wink propaganda, does not entitle you to be a CEO of Kenyatta anymore. It doesn't. The criteria of all those who make those decisions, even if we had a CS who's a doctor in the next government, I can tell you the wave is coming. It's a wave that's global, that perhaps we now need business-minded manager types, you know, CEO types, Forbes 500, top 50 types running our institutions. So if you're a doctor and that's your aim, then be battle ready. Let us see your skill, your managerial skill, your business development skill, your HR administrative skill to put you in that space. Beyond that, we can do what Kigondo does and his friend here from the circle. You can make noise, scream, cry, okoa afya, linda afya, do everything. But I can tell you, if you do not have those negotiation skills, and considering that you're already outnumbered, the odds, how many doctors are in parliament? How many? How many doctors are in cabinet right now? Who is in cabinet? How many PSs are doctors? How many CASs are doctors? Right? How many deputy governors are doctors? How many governors are doctors? Right? Guys, you're outnumbered and you'll always be. So then you have to determine then how you're in that room and how you're able to negotiate and how you're able to make yourself battle ready. And I can tell you guys, we are not. I've been in spaces where I'm seeing CVs. You're applying to be a CEO of, I don't know, Madare, and you're writing for me there. You've done these studies. You've published. I don't care about that. When you're coming to Madare, go work for him. Go to your organization and be a researcher. You get what I mean? And then, of course, what happens after that? Oh, the ministry is not supporting doctors. We are killing the profession. Oh, doctors, be battle ready, guys. And there are guys in the health sector who've recognized this and are getting battle ready. The new CEO of KU, he's a nurse. And guess what, guys? He's fantastic. And I put my hat up as, yes, this is someone we should hire. Because he was better than all the other people who applied for that post. He was battle ready. So remember to be battle ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we kindly appreciate her more? You see, when I sent her the invitation, no, it was one of those decisions we sat with the committee and said, let's make this trial. There was this wave of audacity. It was at that time, and we said, let's just have this audacity and send it. And immediately, I think in 6 hours, Dr. Hezron replied, and it has been a smooth ride since then. Thank you so much for honoring our invite. Thank you. So I can read your glycemic levels on your face, on your faces, and I will not want to take us any further. So we are going to start serving, but we'll do it in tables. And as we do that, we'll revisit the speeches we had skipped at, earlier. And then we'll have our gifting session as the end, towards the end. So this is the order. Prof will help me lead the high table. Our serving point is just outside the door, and then I'll give further instruction from then. As that happens, I'll call in Dr. Aida Wanjiku. She's our mentor. Also the co-convener of KMA, Social Responsibility and Welfare, convener of the Social Responsibility and Welfare Committee of KMA, and she's the senior resident of Obstetrics and Gynecology in the University of Nairobi. She has a bigger CV, but allow me to truncate as it will post it and then you read as she speaks. I'll help you.
How did you know I like to dance? I am the Chief Enjoyment Officer, Kenya Medical Association, amongst other things that I do. So I was supposed to talk about personal branding, but I think I have somebody better who would do that. I'm just trying to get his profile. Congratulations, class of 2022, Maseno University. Where are my children? If you know you're called by my name, please rise to your feet. If you know you are called by my name, please rise to your feet. That is Kevin Bartey. There is the president of Medsam, Bonke Arunga, Timothy, Rono as well. Those are my mentees. They know how we roll. I'm very proud of you. This is excellently executed. They know that if it is not excellent, I am not coming. So, very proud of you all. Thank you. You did a good job. You can clap for them. Imagine. You can clap for them. All right. So I was supposed to talk about personal branding. I will just make a few remarks before I call the next speaker. So I want to start by saying that if you don't brand yourself, actually someone else will do that for you. That's my first opening statement. Branding actually keeps you current to your field. And I want to say that personal branding is actually, what is it that you want to be known for? If you look at me, I mean, can you all see me? I look amazing, isn't it? This is my brand. I am called the trendy doctor. I am always fashionable everywhere I go. I always look this amazing. Oh my God, let me turn. And this is personal branding, okay? So there's that one thing that you want to be known for. For some people, I know neurosurgeons like to wear a bow tie. I don't know whether you've seen neurosurgeons. They like to wear the bow tie. Yeah? That's their brand. That's how they want to be known for. Gynecologists, I don't know what you guys do. Me, I found my niche. Dr. Kigondu, what do you do? You take photos. Actually, that's true. Dr. Kigondu has branded himself as the photographer, like the doctor photographer. Let me see who else I know in the room. Dr. Onyango, Kennedy, what is your brand? What are you known for? Laughing. All right, so it's just good to just find, how do you get to find your personal brand? I'm not going to preempt because, there's somebody who's going to do this better than I do. He's actually my mentor. But basically, what makes you a successful brand will actually take you a long way in promotion. I think you heard what the car said about being ready, prepared, yeah? And so that is something that is really good that you should think about as well. So number one, you need to define your brand and be an expert at it. So a little story. I am a child of a fashion designer. My mom is a fashion designer, and my dad is an engineer. So I have my fatherly traits. I wanted to do engineering, but for some unknown reason, unknown to me even, I did not go to that engineering path. I think because I didn't have mentors at that point. I hadn't seen many female engineers at that time. I'm not too old, guys. I'm 22 forever. But around that time, there were not many engineers at that time. And so maybe I did medicine for whatever reason I did. But number one, define your brand. Get to become an expert at it. Get time to do some soul searching. Think about who you really are as a person, not what you are. Right now, you are a doctor, or about to be in a few hours after the list is. Why did you guys not release this list? They're so anxious. They're not sure whether they've passed, they've not passed. Yeah, anyway, don't worry. In a few hours or after if you're going to do a supplement. By the way, let me tell you, me looking all this glamorous, I did a supplementary in pharmacology. That was in third year. Hallelujah, I did not do a supplementary in surgery. I really feared this man, Professor Gendo. Wah! Hey. Crazy, crazy. But I remember when I got a supplementary in pharmacology, I'm deviating from my stories. It was with now Professor Omonge, that's University of Nairobi. I had failed all my cuts. Failure. Digits. You guys have ever gotten digits in your lives? Anybody with digits? Don't raise your hand. Just wink like this. I'll know. Nimekuona. I got digits in my cards. So that was less than 15 out of 30. And so, of course, no matter what miracle, there was no way that end of year I was going to pass. Cindy, when I sat for my supplementary, me and lunch. Do you guys read lunch? Pharmacology. What do you guys read nowadays? I can't hear from the audience. Pharmacology books, what do you read? Oh, Katzung. Yes. I cooled that Katzung from a digit. I think my digit was 7 out of 30. I actually got a credit on my supplementary. So I got 59 out of 50 in the end of exam. So that just goes to show you I'm not stupid. I just decided not to read when it was time to read, and so I failed. What am I saying? If you are not on the list tomorrow, do not worry. You shall be on the list eventually. Back to personal branding. Establish your presence. Remember that everyone is actually looking at you to see what this person who's a doctor is going to be. There are others who've branded themselves as, I don't know, you guys are on TikTok, right? Instagram, right? Hey, guys. Right? Yani, you guys are that hungry. Rono, which is the next table to go and serve? Just send them because, hey, there's no energy. But on Instagram, I'm sure you've seen. Have you seen They Call Me Daktari? Do you like her content? A few of you? Have you seen The Fashionable Doctor? Do you like her content? That's basically personal branding. You just choose a line of work that you think is good for you, and you just go on and do it. All right, so we have 3 C's for personal branding. You have to be clear about what your brand is. Don't do 5 things at the same time. Take one thing and be really, really good at it. Number 2, be consistent. If you decide to be a YouTuber aside from your clinicals or aside from your research, make sure to produce content every so often, just so that you don't do 5 videos and then you're done. Yeah? And then lastly, be constant. Do it. Be at it. And be very clear in who you are and what you are not. At this point I want to talk about imposter syndrome. We're in an era where social media, if you're not in social media, basically, quote unquote, you don't exist. Right? Right, guys? Yeah? But I want you to not be someone who you're not. Manze kama hawezi kuwa slay queen, wachana nayo. Just leave it. It's okay. You know? If you cannot do 1, 2, 3 things, just leave it. You don't have to do it. Okay? So be very sure about who you are and especially what you're not. Without further ado, I'd want to invite my mentor. He's a renowned consultant, a personal development coach, an author, a mentor, corporate trainer, influencer, teacher. He's a psalmist. He's actually recorded 2 albums, has written a lot of books. He is the senior pastor and visionary of the New Birth Covenant Churches that has over 17 branches. How many branches? 7 branches. And how many? 17 branches. I was right. Oh, good. Yeah, he's also the founder and visionary of Articulate Media and has brought both educative and entertaining content via electronic and print media. He is the CEO of Mandate Enterprises that focus to ignite the passion for different people to fulfill their purpose. He is also the director of CJ Atemo School of Leadership, a program that I'm actually an alumni, a great program that comes through his passion of leadership and personal development. This school runs a 3-month leadership program with the purpose of training and equipping leaders for the marketplace for better productivity, increased efficiency, and effectiveness. And it aims to affect the corporate world with skilled leaders and empowered human resource. He's also a BOG member at the Eye on Security Training Institute and is enlisted as a mentor with Emerging Leaders Foundation, an organization that works closely with the African Bible Leadership Initiative, where he's a regular speaker as well. He's a family man, a husband, a father, and a mentor to many. Without further ado, Bishop Chris J.
Everything you put your hand go walk. Your name go open doors. You self go be a boss. Amen.
Good evening. Well, that's my brand. Thank you, Dr. Ida, the CAS, Dr. Marcy. Thank you for making the COVID reporting a bit easier and palatable in 2020. The Deputy Governor, Dr. Matthew Zawili, Professor Ogendo, looks like somebody that I had a classmate at some point called Ogendo, and there's quite some similarities in looks. So I don't know whether you're related or not, but all protocol observed. It's such a pleasure to be here tonight. I never knew many doctors before. I had no reason to know them because I wasn't frequenting the hospitals. By God's grace, I have had good health. So during COVID, I made a prayer and I said I needed to have doctors in my life. And one of those who was sent to me, who is now introducing me to many doctors, is Dr. Ida. I do greatly appreciate you. I grew up in this town, and then somewhere along the line I was in Maseno University as well. So I have a lot of convergence here. When I was there, Professor Gendo, when I was there, those days, the closest to medicine was, for me, in the third year, medical microbiology. That was the closest. When we were making the choices for schools then, way back in the 90s, people would ask, is Maseno a university? You know, in Kisumu, if it is not Mercedes, it's not a car. Those days, if it wasn't the University of Nairobi, it wasn't a university. So greatly surprised and pleasantly surprised so to see the growth that has been at Maseno University. Congratulations to everyone that has made it this far. Not just the ones who will have their names, but the fact that you have made it this far. Congrats. There are a few things that were not said before I get into the element of the personal branding. There are a few things that have not been mentioned probably, or maybe I came in late. Things that will affect your career path, and one of those is the person you will fall in love with. That person that you will fall in love with will either make you or break you. So you need to be very careful about who that person will be. And as you do so, you know, the CAS said the stethoscope should not be a tether. As you do so, please learn to just enjoy love. You don't have to be taking people's temperatures while you're on a date and checking out everything. Just learn how to live life. All right. I will share just a few thoughts. Some of them have already been shared. It's like Dr. Ida preempted what I was going to talk about. Just a few thoughts that will help you brand yourself. See, when we were going to school, it was believed that every man needed to study science. And we were told that arts were for the ladies. Some of you who are here today, in the next 10 years, you'll probably be a musician. You may not end up practicing. The imagined health professional preparing for practice and beyond, you've been told a lot about practice, so let me talk about beyond. Some of you will be rappers. Some of you will be actors. Some of you will be radio presenters. Some of you may just end up getting into teaching jobs. Some of you will get into politics. And I hope when you do, we won't be looking for the brains that took you into the medical school, because there's a way, no offense to Dr. Matthews, but there's a way politics can bury everything else that you were. And people will forget that you ever attended a classroom. I remember one professor years ago talking about politics during the 2002 elections, and he said any thug can get elected. But he said, you try and get a PhD and see how you can do that, because anybody can get a pickup and get elected. I'm not sure that is true. But there is this thought that you don't need too much to be a politician, but some of you will end up in politics. Some of you will just become family people. That will be all. You'll just quit on everything to raise your children. And some of you will probably go back to school again. But there are about 10 things that I want to share with us tonight. Number one, be clear about where you want to go. And I hope that even those who have not served will have enough energy to hear what I will say. Be clear about where you want to go. Now, that's a huge burden as well, because most of you are just trying to find your way in life. You probably ended up studying medicine because you qualified, or because you were told that that was a prestigious course, or probably because your family needed to have one person who would study a prestigious course as well. And you went out there to fulfill the desires and the dreams of your parents, your community, the people who had sacrificed much for you. So it is a heavy burden to put on you the element of clarity and the responsibility that is attendant thereof. But sometimes it is better for you to take time to gain clarity than to take off in the wrong direction. So if it means that you will wait a little bit longer just to be clear with the path that you need to take, do so. But when you need to take off, be absolutely clear about where you want to go. The second thing is be consistent in what you believe. These are all things that make and form your personal brand. Be consistent in what you believe. My mother was a teacher in this town for nearly 50 years. I met a friend of mine, not yesterday, today. We last met in 1995. Then he went to the US. So we met today, and he was telling his family about how we used to be in class. And his little boy came to ask me a question and said, "How was Daddy when you knew him? Was he afraid of heights like he's afraid right now?" So we just had a conversation then. And I told the wife that my mother taught my friend's mother, taught him, and then taught his nephew, 3 generations that were taught around 50 years. And she used to say something. She would say, "Education is the inheritance that I give you." She was very passionate about that. She kept on insisting. Now, I tried to be other things. The truth is, I really would have loved to be a doctor. But I ended up being a teacher in different ways. So I teach a lot of things. From leadership to relationships, I have the opportunity on every Tuesday to be on Citizen talking about matters that are social matters. I have the opportunity every single day with K24 to just talk about on a program that we call Wisdom Moments with CJ Atemo. I eventually ended up being a teacher, but in a different way. I have done that for so many years. Somewhere around the early 90s, I did not know that I had begun the journey of coaching when I offered my voluntary services to Kisumu boys. I partly went through school there, St. Patrick's Eton and Kisumu boys here, part of the hockey teams that we had. I played in this town for a hockey club that was called Kisumu Simba, and started training then, not knowing that that would be a path that I would take to mentor people, to train them, to coach them, and to build them. What I'm saying is be consistent in what you believe. If you do the same thing over time, it becomes your brand. You cannot start everything and drop everything. There have to be certain things that you stick to. Now, it really takes a lot of determination to remain consistent, because there will be a lot of challenges. There will be a lot of things that will discourage you. Consistency begins with conviction. If you have the conviction that what you are doing is right and it is what you need to do, then you will wake up and get back into it. There's a talk about, turning passion into profits, but what we don't talk about is turning pain into passion. You cannot do that without conviction. And without that conviction, then consistency is going to wade off. So be consistent about what you believe and what you want to do. You will have a lot of thoughts, you will have a lot of advice coming in, you will have a lot of options and opportunities, but build your brand around consistency. I'm just trying to get my thing. All right. Number 3, and this will help you for purposes of accountability, be communicative about what you want to achieve. Every time you speak about what you want to do, there are people who will hold you accountable to it. Once you say, I want to go back for my master's class, somebody who has had it will ask you, did you go back? Did you complete it? So be communicative about what you want to achieve. Do not just shut it in your mind. I'm a believer in the Bible, and it says, write the vision down, make it plain upon the tablets. Let whoever reads it be able to run with it. Communicate what you want to achieve. Get accountability partners around you. People who will hold you to account, whether you just want to go to the gym, you want to gain or lose weight. I don't know why there's not too much programs on gaining weight, but we all try to lose it. Whatever you want to do, you want to save money, you want to make money, be communicative about what you want to achieve. The 4th thing that I will point out to us tonight, be courageous in the midst of your challenges. Be courageous. Somebody said that courage is not the absence of fear, and that is really true. It's not the absence of fear, but it is the ability to master your fears. Be courageous in the midst, of your challenges. Whether those challenges are social, or they are financial, or those challenges are professional, be courageous. Now, Dr. Mwangangi talked about, the mental health issue. And sometimes why people sink low is they don't have the courage to speak about the things they are facing. It takes courage to say you are not okay. When you have this high pedestal that you have been put on because you were a doctor, you're supposed to be almighty and all-knowing. You can fix everybody's problems. Sometimes you find it very difficult to share your weaknesses, to become vulnerable. If you are going to live life and have a fulfilled life, you will have to be courageous enough to talk about both your strengths and your weaknesses. You will have to be courageous enough to seek help. You will have to have the courage to open up. And we've got to celebrate the people who come out and say they're not okay, and the people who come out and say they don't have it all together. Takes a lot of courage. Takes a lot of courage for you to go back home and tell them that you're not making as much money as they thought you would, but still giving them the hope that you will. Takes courage for you to know that you cannot solve every problem, that at some point you will have to say no to certain people who require your help, not because you didn't want to help, but because you recognize your boundaries as well. So be courageous in the midst of your challenges, socially, mentally, spiritually, financially, professionally. Number 5, be comfortable with other people not coming along. Not everybody will celebrate your progress, and not everybody will come along in your dreams. When you share your aspirations, your desires, your dreams, the things that you want to do, not everybody will come along. One of the things that especially this generation is struggling with handling is rejection. Be comfortable with other people not coming along. Sometimes it takes a while before people see what you have seen. Some of them will never see it, no matter how brightly you show it to them. Be comfortable with it. Not everybody who doesn't board your train is a hater. Some of them were just not meant to connect with you. Be comfortable with other people not coming along. If you set out to get into practice, some people may not think that that is the best. And especially, for example, if where you're going to practice does not give you as much money, because it seems like all we think about nowadays is money. But be comfortable with other people not agreeing with your decisions, them not seeing where you want to go, them not being part of what you want to do. Be absolutely comfortable with that. In fact, that helps you to manage expectations. Manage the expectations you have on people. Number 6, be creative about your methods. Be creative, and that has been spoken about. Be creative about your methods. Don't just be held by what you have learned and what you have been taught. And see, somebody said that education's purpose is not so much to fill your mind with knowledge, but to open your mind. Be creative. What are the opportunities around you? What are the things that you can do, and how can you do them different, and how can you do them better? And where else can you go? What else can you bring to the table? You have invested so much time in school that you cannot come out and say all you need is a job. I was having a conversation one time with some of the young people that we mentor. And I said, when you have, for example, in the 844 system, so generally having the basic 4 years in university, when you have somebody who has gone through, for example, the 844, they have spent at least 16 years in formal education. And you gather 5 of them around a table. They sit over coffee. So they have about 80 years of schooling around the table. And they will get out of that table and complain about the lack of jobs and lack of opportunities. And it makes it look like education is a scam. That 80 years would be sitting around a table and nothing good comes out of it. Be creative, ladies and gentlemen. Number 7, be cruel to your excuses. Be cruel to your excuses. Every time you think of a reason why you cannot do what you need to do, find a reason why you have to do it. Do not allow excuses to cripple you, to paralyze you. Your background notwithstanding. As has been said, whether you are on the list or not, you can always pick up yourself and make progress and make impact in life. Be cruel to your excuses. Number 8, be curious about learning new things and new ways. Be curious. Never stop learning. Now you realize that I'm just summarizing everything that has been said. Never stop learning. Be curious about learning new things, new ways. Find out how other people are doing things. Keep yourself in books and in informal trainings, mentorships. Expose yourself to various kind of setups and people, spaces events. Invest in knowledge by all means. Education is not expensive. Ignorance is. Number 9, be convinced of your own capabilities. Dr. Ida started by saying that if you don't know your brand, somebody else will brand you. Be convinced of your own capabilities. What is it that you can do? You must be absolutely convinced about that. And that is what you present to the world continually. It is not pride. Somebody said to me at one point that humility is not an asset in business. Be convinced of your own capabilities. When you are asked about what you can do, pitch for yourself. Pitch well. Pitch strongly. Do not diminish anything that you can do just because you think that that's the humble thing to do. Last but not least, my 10th point is be critical of your own failures. Sit down sometimes. Look back at what you have done and what you have not done right. And be the critic of your own failures. Look at why it didn't work. Ask yourself how it could have been done better. Think about other ways to do it. So I'll just run through it. Number 1, be clear about where you want to go. Number 2, be consistent in what you believe. Number 3, be communicative about what you want to achieve. Number 4, be courageous in the midst of your challenges. 5, be comfortable with other people not coming along. 6, be creative about your methods. 7, be cruel to your excuses. 8, be curious about learning new things and new ways. 9, be convinced of your own capabilities. And 10, be critical of your own failures. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Temo. You may proceed and go and serve. You see, for the longest time, I didn't know why we were good friends with Ida, but I think it's because we both got supplementaries in pharmacology. It now makes sense. Yeah. So we are now going to the next segment of cake cutting. Yeah, and I will call in Patricia to come and take us through. We want to thank our chief guest for being so gracious. You know, we've overstretched with the time, but we promise to just rush through this and then we'll be done. Thank you. Patricia.
Baby, this your yash in a sheet up. If you agree, mama lato. Anytime you holla, make I come through. I go tell my guys, them I know they come soon. Back and me see, make my eye too. Many girl get, but now you I want to. Baby, this your yash in a sheet up. If you agree, mama lato. Party 2 at the party 1. Party 2 like the pound 1. I go be to change your catwalk and change your life joy. Every day not to enjoy. Open and close like a laptop.
the cake, I would like to invite the chief guest, Dr. Mwangange, and class rep, Cynthia Okello.
Them tell you say you can never be the one, but God say make I tell you say now you him choose in 1 month, in 1 week. Say you can never be the one, but God say make I tell you say now you him choose in 1 month, in 1 week. You will sing a new song in 2 days, lesser than you will hear. Congratulations, you're in the glory of God. Congratulations, He has done it for you, and you will come back with a new song to sing. God is good. Yes, you will come again with a new song of praise. God is good.
Do something real quick, then we can release our chief guest.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're having a good time. So in the spirit of personal branding, unfortunately, the speaker who just spoke left. Yes, Dr. Chris is here. In the spirit of personal branding, I also do this, so this is my work. Anyway, today I'm so happy, I'm so delighted. I just want to take the shortest time possible. For the first time, we are having our own yearbook. It's never happened before in Maseno University. Yes. And the whole idea behind this was when Bonke joined leadership in Medsam, I remember we were having a conversation with him on some of the, maybe the points or whatever he wants to do in his administration. And since I love designing, I do it as a hobby. I told him, why don't we do an yearbook so that our colleagues can always remember their time in med school. Yes, and there was a time we met Dr. Aida with her colleague, who she had never met for 15 years. Once they finished their campus life, they never met again until 15 years when she came to Kisumu and met her. So I just want to do a quick ceremony. I want to invite the MEDSAM chair because we hope that this will be an annual idea. I'll also invite Professor Ogendo because it's under his watch that we were able to design and publish this yearbook. And with her permission, maybe the chief guest, Dr. Mwangangi. And if it's okay, the deputy governor. Then you can just, where is Obondo? Edwin Obondo? So every finalist will get a copy for free, thanks to our sponsors.
I want to say something to you. I love you just like Jadu. We know a place where just people can run free.
And our short ceremony, as we take the picture, Edwin Obondo will do this.
I'll ask us to just remain here. We have something for you because we know you're in a hurry. I'll ask Tim to just give the gifts to our guests because they're in quite a hurry. Then we can remain the finalists their gifts.
Hello everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. So we'd like to take this chance to award or to grant gifts to our guests, courtesy of our sponsors, Cosmos. So for our first guest, that is Professor Ogendo. No, apologies. So for our chief guest, I would like to ask our lead sponsor.
Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, Dr. Mercy, this is a very nice mug. I need to show you. I know it's cold in Nairobi. Thank you very much, and thank you for gracing the occasion.
Thank you. Yes. So for our Deputy Governor, I would like to invite our Chairman of MEDSAM, the Chairman of MEDSAM, O'Neill Wamukota, kindly. And finally, for our Dean, Professor Ogendo, I'd like to invite the chairman of our committee, Timothy Rono, to grant him this gift. Thank you.
No matter what happens, baby girl, I'm gonna love you.
Okay, so at this moment, we have gifts for our finalists. I hope we are all in. So I'd like to take this chance. Also, we have gifts courtesy of our sponsors, Cosmos, and we have name tags as well, courtesy of our sponsors, Radiance. We have a number of gifts. So I'll be calling up the students to come and receive their gift.
You don't have to search very far. There is no one else like you. That's my reason why I will love you 2 times less still. 2 times less still. I will love you 2 times less still. 2 times less still. I will love you, baby girl. I always.
Hello. The gifts are arranged in order of how you appear on the class list. So just be ready so we don't waste time.
Excuse me? Sorry. I just wanted to let